Hi, everyone. This is Elaine, just doing a quick mic check.
Thanks, Elaine. We can hear you.
Thank you. And Henry, hello. Thanks for joining us. Henry Ramirez, thanks for joining us. Can we hear you? Maybe perhaps you're on mute? We can't hear you, my dear. Let's see. There you go. Your audio is connecting.
Jay, can we do a quick mic check, please?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that. Who was that for?
Jay, Tyree.
I'm
We can
here.
hear you.
Okay,
Yes,
I'm
thank
having
you.
trouble logging on my desktop, so I'm using my phone right now. I don't know if Zoom is down for, yeah, anyway, okay, I'm gonna keep trying.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been having computer issues too.
Elaine, this is Celeste. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Taya, are we able to do the closed caption?
I'm going to get ready to start it right now.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Ramirez, can you unmute your mic real quick, please? Let's just do a quick mic check. Let me see if I can try to unmute you and just accept it. Hang on, okay? All right, I requested for you to unmute. If you can accept that, please.
All right.
Perfect, we can hear you. Thank
Okay,
you.
great. I'm all new to this. This is my very first time. I don't know what I'm doing.
No, you're good. We're here to support you. And thank you very much for taking the time to be here today. We really appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome. Glad to be here. First time ever, honest to God.
Yeah.
Henry, you're not alone.
Okay. Yeah, I was remember the first time I text, my kids were laughing at me. Dad's texting now.
All right. And then I am going to mute you for now, and then we'll do the same thing later because
Okay.
the chair would call on you. Thank you, Talia. I could see the closed caption.
Great, thank you.
Member Paul, can we do a quick mic check, please?
Hi, how are you?
Doing well, thank you. How are you?
Good, thank you very much.
And then I thought I saw Member Montano.
Right here, hi.
Good. Hello, how are you?
Good, thank you.
We can hear you loud and clear. And who else do we need to check for microphone? Member Blankley, can we do a quick mic check, please?
Yep, right here.
Thank you. And ex officio member Abikoga, can we do a quick mic check, please?
Hi there. How are
Hello.
you?
Good, thank you. Just to let everybody know, the GNA is still meeting, the committee before the board meeting, so they should be wrapping up soon. All right, they're wrapping up right now.
Yeah, we're wrapped up. We're just, I think everybody's taking a quick 2 minutes.
Thank you, Member Chavez.
hello, everyone. This is Glenn Hendricks. We just ended the G&A meeting and we're going to be starting, maybe like at this board meeting at 5:34. So give us just a minute for everybody to show up. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Don't hear anything.
Phone number ending in 6316. This is Elaine from the board office. May we please know who you are? I think that's Supervisor
Elaine.
Simitian.
It is Supervisor Simidian, and I guess that means I am now present and accounted for.
Yes, Member Simitian, we will be starting around 5:34 because the GNA just ended. And I will rename you so that everybody knows who you are. Hang on.
Thank you very much.
And I will mute you for now. All right, there you go.
Elaine, it's Kathleen. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, Elaine, I got my desktop to cooperate. Can you hear me okay now?
Yes, perfectly. Thank you.
Great.
Hi, Elaine. This is Ken Ronci. How am I?
You're great.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, Elaine. This is Glenn. I'm back. We're going to wait just like 2 more minutes for the rest of or if you see when all the G&A members show up, then we'll start.
Okay, Chair. I see Member Constantine, Member Perales. We're just waiting for one more member.
Okay. Thanks, everybody, for being patient and starting a couple minutes late. Our G&A meeting ran over so slightly.
Hello, Elaine. This is Vignesh. Just testing audio since we're all testing audio.
Thank you. We can hear you loud and clear.
And he's making us look bad by he's being stylish. Thank you.
This is Sam. I just don't want to be left out of the audio test.
We can hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine.
Chair, I believe all of the members of the GNA are now here, so we can get started whenever you're ready.
Okay, awesome. Thank you very much. And I appreciate everybody's patience in starting a couple minutes late. Good evening. The VTA Board of Directors regular meeting of Thursday, November 4th, 2021 is called to order. Elaine, would you please call the roll?
Haripolga.
Here.
Blankley.
Here.
Bert. Bert is absent today. Carrasco. I'll come back to you. Chavez.
Here.
Constantine.
Present.
Davis.
Here.
Gilmore.
Here.
Jimenez is absent. Lee. Lee Ing.
Here.
Ricardo.
Present.
Montano.
Here.
Paul.
Here.
Perales.
Here.
Rennie. Simidian. Mr. Simidian is here. I need just to unmute him. Hang on for a moment. I'll mark him as present because I see his name here. He's joining us by phone. Jones,
Present.
Hendricks.
Attending.
Chair, we have a quorum, and I wanted to note for the record that alternate board member Davis is attending for board member Jimenez, and alternate board member Lee Ing is attending for member Burt. Thank you.
Okay, and it looks like I just want to note the closed caption issues have been resolved that you guys were having earlier. So awesome, thank you. I'm going to move on to 1.2 orders of the day. I want to note that the agenda has been revised, and here are some of the changes. The number of cases for closed session item 9.1C is now 5. We added items 9.1.D through 9.1.G to the closed session. And staff is requested to hear agenda item 7.5 annual comprehensive financial report for VTA and the financial reports for ATU pension plan and retirees OPEB as the first item on our regular agenda. Are there any other changes from my colleagues? I got to get my other screen up here to see if anybody's got their hands up. I'm not seeing any hands, but we did make those other changes. So to go
So
ahead.
moved.
Moved by
Ricardo.
Ricardo and seconded by who?
Jones, second.
By Vice Chair. I'm seeing no other comments or things by my colleagues. So could we please vote?
Carrasco's going to be joining us a little later. Chavez,
Yes.
Constantine,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
Lee Ing,
Yes.
Ricardo,
Yes.
Fontano,
Yes.
Paul,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Simidian. Hang on. Member Simidian, please accept the unmute so we can hear you. I'll go back to you. Jones,
Yes.
Hendricks.
Yes.
I'll go back to member Simidian.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passed, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we go on to item 2, awards and commendations. We don't have any awards and commendations this time, but we do have a special piece, and I'm actually really excited about this. It's actually one of the members of the public had mentioned this in our last meeting, but just paperwork-wise, things hadn't come through yet. But I want to take this opportunity to recognize one of our very own bus operators, Henry Ramirez, for a really heroic act. And this heroic, it's the fact that he's observant, you know, and I think when he was doing this, it must have been that his spidey senses were going off, that he told him he needed to react. This past summer, and is Henry with us here?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, good.
We will spotlight him in a quick moment. Hang on.
Okay, cool. Well, I'm going to keep going, but I'm glad, Henry, I'm glad to see your face. So thanks. I think this is really nice we're able to do
Pretty
this.
scary. Pretty scary.
But this past summer, Henry noticed a man sitting at one of our bus stops in San Jose. The man seemed severely sunburned and disoriented. And because Henry was very observant, he recognized the man needed medical attention and immediately called for help. It turned out this man was from Belmont and had been missing for several days. And thanks to Henry, the man was able to get medical treatment and was later reunited with his family. Henry's been recognized by the city of Belmont for his efforts. And I just want to say thank you, Henry. I'm glad you're here with us tonight. On behalf of the board, I just want to say thank you and applaud you for the efforts of what you did to just help another human being that was in need. And thank you for going above and beyond your duty. And just thank you for making us proud. I'm sure you're very proud. I'm sure your family's very proud of you. And we're just grateful for you to be part of the family. And I normally don't do this, but I'm going to ask you to speak in a second. But are any of my colleagues, do you want to add anything to what I just said right here?
Yay, Henry. I just
Hey,
think we should
how
all
are
go
you?
off mute and go wild. Thank you, thank you,
Yeah.
thank you.
Henry, thanks for making us proud.
How is he doing?
I think to the best of our knowledge, I think he's doing well and he's still with his family. So
Oh, that's great. Yeah, we're trained. great training here at VTA. You know, I've been here 7 years. I love it. I was in construction for 35 years. I love driving. You know, we were taught just to be observant, you know, anything, little things, minor things, you know, just be observant. I have it on a swivel all the time. And I just drove by and I said, this didn't look right. Didn't look right. And, you know, I made the call to OCC and, you know, luckily what I did helped save this man's life, hopefully.
Yeah, and again, you know, thank you very much. You know, I think it's really great that we've got training, but you're showing how somebody can take that training and internalize all that, and then be able to have it, you know, factored into, you know, you're thinking your head on a swivel and all this stuff. And I just really want to say thank you, and we're really appreciative. So
You're welcome.
Thank you,
Appreciate it.
Henry.
I'm glad- Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you for being a good Samaritan.
Yeah, you know, love it. I love driving. You know, I'm always looking out for stuff, you know, little things. I mean, you know, we see a lot of people laying on the benches and stuff, but this one totally looked different from other people that we've seen on the bench. And, you know, I made the call right away, and I'm glad to be part of this family. I love it.
Okay. Well, great. I think we'll take public comment here. It looks like there's one person who'd like to speak.
Thank you, Chair. We have two speakers. First will be Roland, followed by Scott. Roland, you may begin speaking when ready.
Thalia, this is Elaine. If you could just hang on for a second while we turn on the clock. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you. And I wish I could see Henry and speak to him instead of speaking to this clock here. We need to do something about this. But Henry, the reason I raise my hand is because there are hundreds of Henrys who work for the VTA. And I've heard some board members who are pushing for autonomous vehicles. And my question to you is, and the other hundreds of Henrys, when is an autonomous bus gonna stop when somebody needs help on the side of the road and assist them? And that's my 2 cents. And Henry, once again, thank you for what you did, and God bless.
Oh,
thank you.
I really appreciate it. And just doing my job, you know, I'm glad that I was there at the time. You know, maybe other drivers might have passed, but, you know, I'm an older man, and, you know, I have sympathy for people like this, and you know, especially the elders. When I first started VTA, it was probably my first week. A lady, you know, wasn't around here. She was, she went to the very last stop on, at that time, it was to Lockheed, and it was end of my shift, and she was locked. I called OCC. You know, I was kind of anxious to get off, and I said, you know, that could be my mother or my grandmother wishing somebody would take the time. I called OCC, and OCC turned around and told me, just drive back where you came from. And, you know, I drove probably about 5 miles down, and the lady recognized her apartment. I dropped her off in front of her apartment.
Okay, great. Our next speaker, please.
Yes, the next speaker is Scott. You may begin speaking when ready.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Scott Mace. I live in downtown San Jose. Yesterday, I had occasion for the first time to drive to Berryessa BART to take BART. I was somewhat dismayed to discover that the parking machines at the surface lots were only taking cash. They were not taking credit card. And I had $2 in exact change. It requires exact change. I needed 3. So I had to move my car to the garage where my credit card was accepted. I don't know if this is a temporary situation, but I would think you'd please more patrons of your parking lot if all the parking machines out there took credit cards as well as cash. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think you spoke at what would have been the next public comment item, but we took we've heard your comments here. So you would not be able to speak during public comments. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. Our final speaker will be Blair. You may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, thank you. Blair Beekman here. I just wanted to thank yourselves for this item and for offering public comment at this time. Thanks a lot, and thanks for the work of the bus driver on this item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That looks like all of our public speakers. I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment section. And again, we're closing this item out here, Henry, but just thanks very much. You're an example to all the rest of the operators. So thank you very much for what you do.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it, and hope everything's great.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, next I'm going to move on to item 3, public comment. This is for items that are not on the agenda. This would have been something that the last speaker, this would have been a time for the last speaker to have spoken. It's reserved for persons desiring to address the board on any item within the board's jurisdiction, and speakers are limited to 1 minute. We're not going to take any action on board comments here. Those with customer service concerns are encouraged to contact our customer service department after you make your comments, and their contact information will be on the screen. So now we're going to go ahead and go to our public comment section. And do we have any public speakers?
Yes, Chair. It looks like we've got 2 public speakers right now. Roland, followed by Blair. Roland, you may begin speaking when ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And actually, Elaine emailed me the live author link. I didn't know that existed at our last meeting. But moving forward, what I would like to see is that when you post the agenda with a Zoom link, you put the author link for the transcript right below it, and then there won't be any questions. If closed caption is not working, we can go there. But my closing comment is going to echo what I just said, our governance and audit. I'm hereby warning all board members to carefully check on your campaign contributions when you vote on items later on the agenda and the consent calendar in particular, unless you really want to spend some quality time with the FPPC between now and the June primaries. Thank you.
Thank you, Roland. Our last speaker is Blair. You may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thank you for the meeting today. Just a friendly reminder that with the new vaccine programs are starting for 5 to 12-year-olds, good luck how we can make, how that process can go well and ideas can be explained well. And I think this is a time I hope we can all work on ideas of how to better explain the vaccine process and the lifestyle we can expect from it. Open public policy ideas for technology can be a real good neutral space to invite a good dialogue from all sides to help facilitate such a conversation this fall and in through our winter. And good luck with continued mask use. It's really important through this holiday time. And yeah, it's pretty bad in England and Russia again. Good luck how we can work with it and consider it and be open with ourselves about it this fall. Thank you.
Okay, that was the last of our public speakers. So I'm going to close the public speaker section. We do not have any items under item 4, public hearing. So we're going to move on to item 5, which is our committee reports. A reminder for the public, we're going to take public comment for all items under section 5 at the conclusion of the reports section. I'm going to go ahead and start with item 5.1, which is our Citizens Advisory Committee Chairperson. Vignesh Swaminathan is here to give us a brief report. Vignesh, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Chairperson Hendricks, Vice Chair Jones, General Manager Gunnut, and members of the board. The committee met on October 13th as a committee of the whole, since we still do not have a quorum. As the watchdog committee of 2000 Measure A, we heard a thorough presentation from staff of the 2000 Measure A Transit Improvement Program semi-annual report ending June 30th, 2021, which is item 6.11 on your agenda tonight. The CWC appreciates the staff update on the project status and any issues, and we look forward to beginning our independent audit work in the near future. I reported last month's board meeting that we are accepting committee member applications on a continuous basis. We conducted the interviews last week, and we're fortunate to find 2 well-qualified fellow citizens just prior to the meeting. The Governance and Audit Committee ratified the appointments of Ryan Globus and Gobinathan Niduvadan to the Citizen Advisory Committee. We're excited to have them join us at the meeting next week. Through the chair, again, we accept committee member applications on a continuous basis, and we have several seats to fill. This is due to many of our members terming out. Application information can be found on VTA's website, vta.org/apply-CAC. That's vta.org/apply-CAC. Our next regular CAC CWC meeting will be held on Wednesday, November 10th at 4 p.m. Via teleconference and video conference only. Thank you, and that concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, are there any questions from my colleagues? As I said, we'll do public comments, questions at the end. I'm not seeing anybody raise their hand. Vignesh, thank you to you and your team there that you've got. And I was glad we were able to get the appointments approved in G&A. So hopefully that'll get you back to quorum, and then we'll get you up to full strength.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to go to item 5.2, which is the Policy Advisory Committee, Chairperson Kitty Moore, and she is here to provide a brief report.
Great. Thank you, Chair Hendricks. On Thursday, October 14th, the PAC received a presentation on VTA's transit-oriented development program. The committee provided extensive feedback comparing land use development and transit planning priorities in America to other countries where priority is placed on locating commercial uses near transit hubs, comparing housing and commercial uses and impacts on ridership and fare box recovery, VTA planning for increased first mile, last mile transportation needs, serving denser development at these hubs, and stressing the need for extensive community engagement in advance of development proposals. The committee recommended that the TOD program's guiding policies be amended in the future to include considerations of jobs to housing imbalances in the county and the impacts to air quality. We next reviewed and provided feedback on proposed bicycle parking technical guidelines. The committee asked questions about the purpose and use of such guidelines, whether they were intended as a checklist of requirements of cities and developers, and staff clarified that they can be a resource for cities as they analyze land use proposals and are non-binding. Finally, we recommended the VTA board approve the following items on the board of directors agenda for this evening. The programming of $64 million in state transportation improvement funds to the US 101 Express Lane Phase 5 project, the reprogramming of $4.6 million in One Bay Area grant program funds to projects in Campbell, San Jose, and Mountain View, the programming of fiscal year 21-22 transportation for clean air program manager funds, the 2000 Measure A semi-annual report, and the Valley Transportation Plan semi-annual report for the period ending June 30th, 2021, and the fiscal year 2021 transit operations report. The next PAC meeting is scheduled for Friday, not Thursday, but Friday, November 12th, 2021 at 4 p.m. due to Veterans Day, and will be conducted as a Zoom teleconference. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much for your report. Looks like Member Paul has a question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, PAC Chair Moore. I have a question regarding your review of transit-oriented developments. And my question is whether you considered the issue of supportive housing for the unhoused at any of these TOD sites prospectively.
Not to my recollection, but you do have an opportunity tonight with item 6.7 to discuss that, and also bring back with the TOD development policy what sorts of housing you would want to have at these locations. But that, again, if you kindly return this project back to us to discuss the policy, I think that would be a pretty worthwhile endeavor, not just with jobs to housing, but what kind of housing you're going to have at these locations. Thank you.
So that answers my next question, which was whether there would be any receptivity from your perspective as to bringing it back to PAC to consider that particular question.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for what you and the PAC are doing. I'm going to move on to 5.3, our standing committee chairperson's report. and they're all in the online agenda packet. And there are no reports for item 5.4. So we're now going to go ahead and see if there are any public comments for the entire committee report section. It looks like we have a couple public speakers, so can we let them in?
Yes, Chair. We have two public speakers, Roland, followed by Blair. Roland, you may begin speaking when ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To your point, the Caltrain minutes have disappeared. I'm not sure whether this has got anything to do with VTA monitoring social media. But when the page got taken down, you also took down my written public comments for item 6.5, which I think is somewhat serious. So if somebody could look into the matter and address it, I'd much appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm sure the board secretary will take a look at that. Next public speaker, please.
Yes. Blair, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Just another friendly reminder with the housing issues of one of these items, one of these committee agenda items. You know, the ideas of mixed income housing can be an incredibly important tool for ourselves. It's incredibly flexible in its options that it can offer. I understand that it's a little difficult in planning for it. You know, I think we understand how to work with it on a small scale, but with the MTC just passing, you know, the 2050 plan, I hope this can be a time to really start to consider the good flexibility and purposes that mixed income housing ideas can offer ourselves with choices for all ranges of income, and to really, it can help focus ELI and VLI housing and bring that into moderate and low income housing. It can happen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That was all of our public speakers. Before I move on from this item, were there any other comments or questions from my colleagues on what was in the reports? I'm not seeing anyone raise their hand, so I'm going to go ahead and move on. That takes us to item 6, which is our consent agenda, which is item 6.1 through 6.14. And I will just note for everyone, 6.1 motion, that item needs to be approved with at least 2/3 vote of the board or 8 members. Any members who would like to address the board on consent items, please go ahead and raise your hands. To my colleagues, is there anyone who wants to pull an item or add something to the consent agenda? Member Lee Ng.
Yes, after hearing the comments and the questions to the PAC chair, I would like to pull 6.6 as well as 6.7.
Okay, 6.6, 6.7. And Member Smidian.
I just wanted to indicate I would be an abstention on 6.4 and 6.5, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I think
Thank you.
The board secretary, I'm sure, noted that. Okay, so I'm not seeing any other items to pull. Let me go ahead and see if there are any public comments, and then we'll take a motion.
Thank you, Chair. Before we get to public comment, I did want to note for the record that we did receive written public comment from Roland in regards to item 6.5. We have 2 public speakers, Blair, followed by Roland. Blair, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. I think the item is about the transportation plan. It's got a number of issues in it around, you know, the future of.
Blair, which item are you speaking on?
The item it's got many items about bicycle, building bicycle pathways and the like. I don't know if that's a transportation plan, but it's one of the 6-point items. And that item is I thank you that we're concentrating on bicycle preparedness plans and to build bicycle pathways for our future. These are ideas that were happening way before COVID, and it's the ideas of sustainability that I think are just really important for our future. This is how we survive COVID, is with these plans. There's going to be technology issues involved with that. Just a reminder for yourselves, open public policies is another important tool for a future of sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you, Blair. Our next speaker is Roland. You may begin speaking when ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is about 6.5, which is essentially what caused this major disaster that you'll be discussing later on, and whatever the bar item is. So I'm going to quickly go through it. HNTB were the people who did the initial single board tunnel study back in 2016. They should never have been awarded the subsequent contract in 2017. But what's actually worse is that Parsons Brinckerhoff then took over responsibility for putting together the funding plan, which, as you now know, is a complete disaster. That was never going to work. The way they did it is by hiring the person from AECOM that used to do this instead of rebidding it against this irregular. But the worst issue we now have is with the contract packages by the same firms, which how could the station contracts be possibly separate from the tunnel contracts when the whole point was to put the station inside the tunnel? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That was, oh, there's another public speaker.
All right, our last public speaker will be Adina. Adina, you may begin speaking when ready.
Good evening, board members. This is Adina Levin with Friends of Caltrain, and with the steps incrementally moving forward on the BART Silicon Valley project, I do hope as this moves forward, there will be a time to rethink how this project is done and maybe refrain from expenditures incrementally such as this in an effort to look at the project to overall get the cost down in order to deliver the project as swiftly as possible, but in a way that Santa Clara County and the region can afford. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go ahead. That was the last public speaker. I'm going to close the public speaker section. Before I ask for a motion, member Simidian, you have your hand up, or is that from before?
That's from before. Forgive me.
Okay, no problem. I'm just checking. So with that, I'm ready for a motion, remembering that we want to pull 6.6 and 6.7. Member Chavez?
Thank you. I'm going to recuse myself from 6.1, 6.4, and 6.5.
Okay, I'm sure the board secretary got that. Member Paul?
I'll move the consent calendar except for 6.6 and 6.7.
Okay, and member Liccardo?
I'd like to recuse myself on 6.2, 6.4, and 6.5 under the government code section that I can't recall at this moment. As well, I'd like to pull item 6.1, the surrounding yard microgrid.
I think it was it member Paul that made the motion? Are you willing to add pulling 6.1 to your motion?
I'm willing to amend my motion to pull item 6.1 off of the consent for discussion.
Okay.
Thank you, Director Paul.
And I'm moving down the line of hands. It looks like I'm up to member Montano.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Second the
So
motion.
I think it's a motion for the consent calendar, except for 6.1, 6.6, and 6.7. And if I could ask my colleagues, I'm assuming you all want your hands put down. And if somebody wants to talk before we vote, please just speak up. Okay, I'm assuming we're all good. So Board Secretary, could you please vote us this the consent calendar minus 6.1, 6.6, and 6.7?
Yes, and I just wanted to note for the record that member Simidian is abstaining from 6.4 and 6.5. Member Chavez is recusing from 6.1, 6.4, and 6.5. And Member Liccardo is recusing from 6.2, 6.4, and 6.5. Carrasco? She's absent. Chavez?
Yes.
Thank you. Constantine?
Aye.
Davis?
Yes.
Liang?
Yes.
Liccardo? Liccardo?
Yes, sorry.
Montano?
Yes.
Paul?
Yes.
Corrales?
Yes.
Semidion?
Semidion, yes, with the exception of the 6.4 and 6.5 abstentions.
Noted. Thank you. Jones?
Aye.
Hendricks?
Yes.
Motion passed. Thank you.
Okay, I guess we'll go ahead and we'll take care of the items that we pulled. I'm just going to take them in numerical order. So we're at 6.1. I think Member Liccardo, you were the one who pulled this. What would you?
It was. Thank you. Just two very quick questions. One was just with regard to, these microgrid projects I know are very difficult to finance, and there seem to be economies of scale. And I'm wondering if VTA staff is open to conversations with the city and or other private sector partners who might be in the area who would like to, for example, expand energy storage at that site with some opportunity to share in both the cost and the benefit of that. Or is this project so far beyond the point of planning that that would be precluded and it wouldn't be scalable?
Staff?
Yeah, I'm not sure if Deborah or Scott are online on this one. This is a project that we won through a grant by partnering with others to be able to receive this grant. So I just want to make sure that I'm not sure on this case what the actual restrictions are and the dollar amounts. I am interested very much so in the ability to expand our microgrid storage and others. So we could get back to you on that item. I'm not sure if that has anything to do with what the vote would be on this, but I will say that we can continue that. Scott or Deborah?
Yeah, if maybe even you guys could just tell me who on the VTA team we could have our city staff reach out to, that would be great.
Member Liccardo, they could reach out to me. This is Scott Haywood.
Great, thank you, Scott. Appreciate it. We'll ask Matt Kano to do that because we're looking for opportunities, particularly in North San Jose, to we've got fire stations and other essential facilities that could use this opportunity. So thank you very much for that information.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, Member Semidion, do you have your hand up that you wanted to speak on this?
No, Mr. Chairman, I do not. That's from the prior item. Forgive
Okay,
me.
I'm just trying not to miss anybody. I'm gonna assume it's down, even though it's up. So Member Liccardo, are you comfortable to move on?
I'm happy to make the motion. You want a motion?
We need to do public comment first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Are any other comments from my colleagues before I go to public comment? Not seeing any. Can we go to our public speaker, please?
Yes, Chair. We have one public speaker. Blair, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, this is Blair Beekman here. Thank you for, it sounds like how you're going to work on this item. I speak at this about these things a lot. I'm trying to learn this process. The mayor, he may have had a little bit of difficulty with natural gas energy issues. I think he's done an amazing job with the ideas of the future of renewable energy and local procurement ideas. That's possible with this item that I've been talking about is just incredibly important how we can start building things now to prepare ourselves for this upcoming decade. And it just gives ourselves a hedge, and it just works towards our better practices in case there is any sort of, I don't know, I don't want to say it, but the natural disasters we have to consider. It brings us out of that time easier, and it just brings us to our better ideals easier if we start working on these things now. So thank you very much for the way you're working on this item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think that was the last of our public speaker. Oh, wait, no, there's another public speaker.
We do have one more. Roland will be our final speaker. Roland, you may begin speaking when ready.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, this is a quick ask. I'm wondering if you could possibly announce the item that you're taking public comment on before going to public, just for clarification. I wasn't quite sure. I think I knew what item it was, but I wasn't quite sure before you went to Blair. Thank you.
Okay, I will try and remember to be more explicit about that. So I'm going to end public comment on what was item 6.1. That was the last for our public speakers. Can I get a motion from one of my colleagues for this?
So moved.
Sounds
So
like that
moved.
was Montano.
Second.
Second, Ricardo.
And a second from Licardo. I'm seeing no other comments or questions. Could we please vote?
Carrasco, Chavez,
Recusing.
Chavez.
I'm recusing from this vote.
Oh, okay, thank you. Sorry, I didn't hear you. Constantine,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Lee
Yes.
Ricardo,
Yes.
Montano,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Corrales,
Yes.
Simidian. Let me unmute you. I'll come back to you. Jones,
Aye.
Hendricks,
Yes.
and member Simidian. Please accept the unmute.
Committee and I.
Thank you very
Committee and
much.
I only
Thank
get to
you.
vote once. Committee and I. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion passed. Thank you.
Okay, great. Now we're going to move on to item 6.6 and 6.7. And member Paul, you pulled these and I kind of got the impression from the way it was framed. Is it okay if we deal with 6.6 and 6.7 together?
Oh, yeah, sure. Absolutely.
Okay, it's up to you, but I just okay. Well, so I'm going to pass the ball to you. What would you like on 6.6 and 6.7?
Yeah, I was just typing up a proposed motion here, just to kind of be efficient about this. So let me propose, and just for the record, I think member Liang actually pulled these, but.
Oh, sorry.
No,
Was it member Liang?
Yes.
If that's the case, I'm sorry, Darcy, I'm going to go to member Liang. And are you okay with taking 6.6 and 6.7 together?
Yes, I am.
Okay, then what would you like to do?
Well, after hearing the discussion between the chair of PAC and also with member Paul, I also know that on PAC, they were wanting to weigh in on how our vacant sites for VTA was going to be utilized. And that was something that they kept trying to get on their work plan sooner so that they could weigh in on issues like this. I think that also with this before us, they wanted to also weigh in on TOD policy. So I would like to request that this item 6.6 and 6.7 be continued, go back to PAC, and then have it come back to the board. I would also, I think that it's a missed opportunity if we don't look at opportunities to utilize the Measure A and ARPA funds to further look at options to house to provide housing for our unhoused community. I know that we have been striving to do something by 2025. So in order to do that, we really need to use some discretion and really look at how we can better utilize these properties. So that is why I pulled it.
Okay, I see that Ron Golem, Director of Property, I think, has raised his hand. But Ron, and I think I'd be interested in hearing your thoughts. Part of my question in your response that I'd love to know is, what would be the implications from a scheduling and timing perspective? Because these two items are to actually issue the RFOs. And is there other, can we still have an opportunity to get, not delay these, but still get the input? And or would it be better to just, have the PAC have a policy discussion just about TOD in general? But what were your thoughts in response to member Liang's questions?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I also want to say that also available is Jesse O'Malley Solis, who's our TOD program manager, who's actually been leading our partnership with the county. So I just wanted to reassure the members that this item actually involves expenditure of Measure A funds. These two sites are pursuant to the MOU that VTA and the county have for use of Measure A funds. Now, of the two sites, Branham is the smaller site, and so that's utilizing a slice of revenues that have been set aside in Measure A for missing middle affordable home ownership opportunities. With respect to permanent supportive housing, the capital site, which is the larger of the sites and we envision the larger project, the MOU that VTA has with the county does in fact explicitly envision creating substantial amounts of permanent supportive housing in the TOD and at this project. So that is actually the concept for the project that we're seeking to advance. With respect to the timing, staff continues to be very concerned about the timing of the available kind of discretionary Measure A funding. Jesse can go into more detail, but just at a high level, we recently had a meeting with the County Office of Supportive Housing. Based on the board authorizing this item tonight, we believe that we will just make, and this makes several assumptions about the RFO and the board's approval of the developer, we'll just make round 10 of the county's funding process. And the county staff expects that at that round 10, that there will be more projects than available funding. And so we're very concerned that we're at basically up against the limit to get to that last funding round. And if we go beyond that, we won't have any Measure A funding and we'll lose the access to this program that's favoring permanent supportive housing. So I think from staff's perspective, what we would actually prefer to suggest is that if we can proceed with these items, we are happy to come back to the committee. We are going to be issuing an RFO, and we're certainly happy to emphasize our desire to do a larger proportion of permanent supportive housing. And we're happy to have a policy discussion with the committee prior to when we receive proposals and prior when we come back to the board so that that discussion can inform our evaluation of the proposals that we receive.
Okay, I see Member Paul, you have your hand up, but Member Liang, did you want to have any response or thoughts to what you heard from staff first?
Yeah, because I'm not, well, I guess I'd like to hear from Member Paul, but based on what I heard, that means that the decision is made, and then that way we probably won't be able to make any changes or provide input. But I'd like to hear what Member Paul has to say as well. Thank you.
Member Paul?
Yes, thanks very much. I have a question for Ron. Is round 10 of Measure A funding the final round, or will there be future rounds?
Well, what the county staff told us is they expect that after round 10, there will be no further available funds in the pot of money that we're using for the MOU that we have with the county.
Okay, and why can't those funds be set aside for the time being?
You know, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, Cindy. Like, please go ahead, but I'm happy to follow.
You mean the Measure A funds, Darcy?
Why can't the funds for potential, well, in this case, supportive housing for the unhoused community as well as services be set aside for use in the future? I guess a secondary question to that is the Policy Advisory Committee meets every month. Why is it so time critical right now that we can't have a visitation on the PAC of this issue and then bring it back to us in the following meeting?
You know, if I might just add with respect to the MOU, the Measure A funds are competitive. The nature of the agreement with the MOU that we have with the county is that they are setting this up, but the actual commitment of funds does not occur until after the VTA board selects a developer, and there's been a selection from the proposal. And we're ready to execute an agreement. And so I think the question you're posing would really be a question for the Board of Supervisors, I believe, to change kind of the funding and Measure A program. Our MOU is that we have to select a developer and basically propose a project that VTA wishes to do. I also would like to clarify that just in terms of process, this step that's before the board tonight is to issue the request for offers to the county's approved list of affordable housing developers, and that can include any guidance that the board gives us. This would come back to the board to approve a developer, and so this is the first of a series of steps. The step after this would be then the board approving based on staff's review of evaluation of proposals and recommendation, the board approving a developer for selection, and then there'd be a subsequent action after that to approve the specific proposed development project. And that series of steps is what creates the timing challenge for us relative to the upcoming round 10 in 2022. There's a couple other steps the board will have before this project's ready to be funded by the county.
Okay, and then the second step you're talking about, Ron, when it comes back to us the second time, when would we anticipate that to happen?
Based on our being able to get authorization tonight to issue the RFP, we are hopeful that we can come to the March meeting with that action item.
Okay, and so basically, if this gets pushed back a month, then that timetable gets pushed back a month to April.
Either April or May, and then we still, even after the board selection, we still have to reach agreement on the terms of what the project would be with the owner, and then get the board's approval, and then get the county's approval, commitment of funding for it.
I see. And how much funding are we talking about potentially here?
Basically, we're looking at something in the range of about $200,000 per unit. This is funding that makes these projects feasible. Our concern is that without this funding, and if we're in the other affordable housing funding situations, it'll be much challenging. It'll take much longer time to be able to build affordable housing at either of these sites.
I see. Okay. And so essentially it would be, with regard to the concern about the timing, that is something that the Board of Supervisors could potentially remedy. Or if we are running against a potential deadline, it could be a matter of, just having a bit more expedience before we can get some advice with regard to, this particular item, which is essentially trying to optimize supportive housing and services for the unhoused population. So I think I'm understanding what you're saying. And can you remind us approximately how many units we're talking about? Particularly, I believe at Capitol Station, but
sure.
Both at Capitol and Brandon Station.
I think at the Capitol Station, we are looking at one site, and based on the site, and this is also based on kind of what is fundable and what the affordable housing developers want to do, but we're thinking up to approximately 150 units of housing at Capitol. Branham is a smaller site, and that project being based on the general plan that the city of San Jose has for that site, we're more in the range of about 50 some units there. And again, we were envisioning going for the affordable home ownership component of Measure A for the Branham site.
I see. So at $200,000 per site, potentially, you might be talking about a cap of, let's say, maybe $40 million of Measure A funding between the two sites.
Yeah, I hate doing the math off the top of my head right now, but it's a very significant amount of money that is really the key to making these projects happen as soon as possible.
Okay. Well, I certainly wouldn't want to compromise the ability to, obtain this funding. At the same time, I think it is a really good idea to look at, this particular problem. It's the most exigent problem that we have with regard to housing. And especially if we're going to be going into the housing equation, there are jurisdictions all around the county that are looking to, including my own jurisdiction of Cupertino, trying to do something significant with regard to the unhoused. And so, certainly if an agency like VTA is going forward and considering these very important questions of how we provide these facilities and services, it can serve as an excellent exemplar as well as make us a better partner to be able to work with the various jurisdictions. Currently, if I had, Mr. Chair, if I may share a proposed motion that I would put on the table.
Can you hold on just a second? I've got some other hands up here that I'd like to just hear.
Yeah, of course. But for the sake of the discussion, then I won't actually move this forward, but I will go ahead and share the language of it. I would ask that, if given leave, that we refer a policy-based issue of the advisability and feasibility of optimizing supportive housing and services for the unhoused community at the Capitol Station and Brandon Station transit-oriented developments to the PAC, and that the board table the current item until the PAC has had an opportunity to consider and advise upon this policy-based issue. Alternatively, I'd be happy to bring forward a motion where we could actually bring forward this general topic to the PAC, and hopefully, given the timing of things, their work could be done expeditiously and hopefully even be able to advise, our activities on these particular items of Capitol Station and Branham Station. I realize it's a fairly fast timetable between November and potentially March right now. We're talking about 4 months out. But if there is a mechanism within, the process to perhaps supplement or amend, it seems like we're coming back in a couple of steps to the board here in terms of selection of the ultimate vendor here. So, but this really is, it's such an important policy-based issue, and it's such a critical issue that we all share right now. I think we would be a bit remiss if we didn't consider this and what we could be doing to help alleviate this issue.
Okay, let's see what the rest of our colleagues think and get public comment, and then we'll figure out what we're going to do. Next, Member Chavez.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I just want to affirm on 6.6, on the executive summary, the first line looks at, for the capital location, 150 affordable housing units that will serve between 30% and 80% of area median income, and that it is aligned with our affordable housing policy, which seeks to develop 35% of its residential transit-oriented development as affordable housing targets, targeting 60% of AMI households as below. Is that accurate for item 6.6?
Yes.
And is this a policy that we've had an opportunity to review with the committee already?
If you're asking regarding the Policy Advisory Committee, we made a presentation to them, as the committee chair reported this past month, on the board adopted TOD policy and the elements, and had a very robust discussion, as the committee chair noted. And based on the discussion, we'd already put on a work plan to revisit with them in 2022 a number of the items that they had raised.
But are the issues relative to the housing policy per se and the depth of affordability?
I don't believe that came up per se. I mean, I think what you're hearing was raised at the committee about the idea of maximizing the amount of permanent supportive housing and deeply affordable housing. And from our perspective, that's exactly what we're trying to do with these projects.
Yes, I appreciate that. And what I'm going to recommend really is a review of the actual housing policy that we have in place. And if they want to give feedback to that, I think that's pretty critical. And second, I would recommend, even if you've done it before, is giving an update on the projects that we have in the pipeline and the partnership and the MOU that you have with the county. Colleagues, I would like to move item 6.6 and 6.7 both forward, in particular because both projects have as a framework our current housing policy, and both projects are going to be competing for Measure A dollars. And to answer Member Paul, we have not, as a board, looked to keep any money aside because we've been trying to build as quickly as possible. And for all of the Measure A projects that we have in the pipeline right now, we do have also, the agreements, the way these agreements get structured, the operations and the other parts of the package that need to be put together could include project-based vouchers or other things that are becoming less available. And so there is, from my perspective, a sense of urgency in moving forward. I think it's really important that the PAC be briefed, and I think those two actions can be taken concurrently. So I would be recommending to my colleagues, although I'm not making a motion either, Chair Hendricks, that we move on items 6.6 and 6.7 tonight with the specific presentations, both requested by the committee and those that I've recommended as well.
Okay, thank you. Member Liang, did you have any other comments that you want to make?
Yes, I do. The item wasn't presented in the manner which Mr. Golem had stated to gather the input really needed for this vote today. I think it's very disappointing that these two items does not really clearly state the amount of affordability, and we should be clear about that on the units. I know that you said 30 to 80% of AMI, but it does not have any components to meet our unhoused. And if we are looking at trying to work at being aggressive at serving our unhoused population by 2025, we really need to look at this, revisit this opportunity and do it now. There are recommendations that we can still do, and such as in Los Altos, we just recently worked with EAH to have developments that are 100% affordable. And I think that as Member Paul stated, we would be remiss not to do take a moment to just send it to PAC and address it next month. PAC is meeting next week on Friday. So I think we can wait till the next meeting to take action on it and have it go to PAC. And then on the December meeting, it would be able to come back with us with their recommendations. So I would strongly encourage us to really table this till the next meeting.
Okay.
That would give us sufficient time.
Okay.
And that would,
I want to make some comments on this, but I'm going to go ahead and let's do the public comment section so we can hear from the public, and then we'll come back to us. So it looks like right now we have one public speaker.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Our first public speaker, only public speaker, will be Blair. You may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, Blair here. Thank you very much for the work and efforts of everyone on this item. I understand there's a bit of pressure to get this project going. It brought up to my mind the idea of the needs of how we can possibly start to better talk about planning for the year 2022 in comparison to the year 2023. And it was very nicely stated by Committee Person Liang that 2025 seems a year that we really can be together on what will be our future direction. We can possibly plan for a few things in 2023, but it's quite possible those things will have to be put on hold. I mean, if we plan by 2022, we can plan for some things, and then in that year, those things have to be put on hold. And if that's applicable here, good luck how we can start to figure this sort of planning. Thank you.
Okay, that was our only public speaker, so I'm going to close the public speaker section. I wanted to go ahead and make a couple comments. To my colleagues, you may or may not know, but I also sit on the Measure A Citizens Oversight Board for the Measure A. We don't make decisions on what projects go, but I'm pretty familiar with what's happening with the funding and how projects go and use Measure A funds. I would say what has been brought forward is consistent with what our current VTA policy is. And I'm always worried about taking something that we've gone through with the one set of directions, and then we get towards the end and say, no, let's change the scorecard we're using about what we're doing. The second thing is I'm actually very concerned with the idea that, if we just delay this one meeting, if what is suggested, if you go take this back to the PAC and the PAC says, do something different, I think it is highly unlikely that the staff would then be able to go meet with, and what's going to be in the RFP, because what the PAC wants to do, if I'm understanding correctly, is they want to change the parameters of the project. And so I just seriously doubt that whatever that action might be, you wouldn't be able to come back in a month. And, given what I have seen with Measure A stuff, I think you have to move things forward. We want to get things set at the local level, because those projects still have to go compete very aggressively with very difficult funds to get that are that everybody else is competing with. I forget the exact details, but there was several months ago that because of the way the scoring's done above us, none of the projects from the Bay Area were able to get into the scoring category. And that's been, I believe that's being addressed and changed. So I would be very concerned if we were going to go ahead and do anything to delay the action of this. And let's go ahead, and my thought is, and somebody else is going to make a motion, is that we move these things forward. And in parallel, let's go ahead and have that overall policy discussion with the PAC, which means it's a policy discussion that's coming back to us here at the board. Mr. Golem, do you still have your hand up?
Yeah, I just want to clarify because I think there was perhaps some confusion on point. Both of these projects that are before the board would be 100% affordable. For the capital project, per the county's notice of funding availability, at least 1/3 of the units would have to be permanent supportive housing.
Okay, so I see Member Paul and Member Lang, both of you have your hands up, and to be quite honest, I've lost place of whose hands up was at first. So either one of you. Looks like Member Paul.
All right, thanks, Chair. Yeah, no, I just want to say this is a discussion that really needs to be had. I mean, because right now, this is the game in town for Santa Clara County in terms of supportive housing for the unhoused, in terms of how we utilize Measure A funding in order to deal with this. You know, just it's not just a prevalent issue; it's a ubiquitous issue. It's everywhere, right?
But so just to be clear, so are you is what you want? I mean, you can either delay these things, or do you want us to say here, let's agendize taking a look at the housing policy that VTA has, and we'll go through that process and we'll see about getting that agendized.
Yeah, that's what I'm moving towards. I think that we definitely need to have that conversation as to how to optimize the supportive housing with the Measure A funds. I will refer us also to the staff report. I think the more critical paragraph is at the bottom of page 2, and it goes to page 3. And I just say this by way of reminder, and it reads, quote, "The Measure A funding at the basis of the OSH VTA partnership has a goal of serving households at the very low income, 50% AMI level and below." But then also it reads, quote, "as well as for rapid rehousing, permanent supportive housing units." And I appreciate Mr. Golem's comment that we do have an allocation of that for permanent supportive housing units. But I think the discussion needs to be had as to how to optimize it, what we're going to do in order to deliver the services and get the maximized return on our dollars here in order to deal with this. This problem is so incredibly tangible and real. We can see it growing right before our eyes on a day-to-day basis. And it's not going away. If Measure A funds are for anything, I think they have to be considered for this. So this is critically important. Discussion, and it goes on, discussions with the OSH have involved issuing RFO consistent with Measure A guidelines that target capital station for 100% affordable rental housing capped at 80% AMI. That's fine. The lesser can be folded within the greater. But the fact is, I don't know what percentage of AMI we would be talking about. If
so Member Paul,
someone living inside of a tent.
So Member Paul, do you want to make a? I'm just trying to move us along. Do you want to make a motion, or let somebody else?
I would like to make a motion. So,
okay.
Respecting the timetable, and I'm not going to step on those toes, but whatever motion we make with respect to 6.6 or 6.7, I would ask that we also include the following. I move that we refer the policy-based issue of how to optimize supportive housing and services for the unhoused community at any future transit-oriented developments to the Policy Advisory Committee. And I would like the PAC to come back to us with.
So can I make a suggestion? I think what I heard you say is you want to have the VTA review its housing policy, and let's have staff come back with. I don't know that the right way to do that is just say go to the PAC first, and so let's have VTA review the policy, and the PAC will be an appropriate part in the sequence of that. Does that make sense, or would you want to use your language?
Well, I think we need to structure it so that we get meaningful input, right, from each step of the way. And I think that our PAC can be, because we're talking about all the different perspectives of various cities in the county. And so, whether you have this initiated on the staff level and the construct kind of framed, right, and perhaps, if you want to, if you want to be, kind of wary about it, circumscribed, right? Before it reaches the PAC, then, that's one approach certainly, but I think if
we'll go with your language. I'm just,
I would prefer that we go to the PAC, that we gather the ideas from policy-based, perspectives of our various jurisdictions. Because, and this is what I was about to say, please just let me finish this thought. This comes down to ultimately the idea of having, inclusionary zoning. And it's not just a matter of how do you put affordable units intermixed within market rate units, which I think if we're all honest, that is a real obstacle to being able to deliver housing. My jurisdiction has been smeared because we can't get people to build in these very lucrative areas. And we have these policies and we've had these policies, but that doesn't get, so we need to have this conversation with regard to the unhoused units as well, because you're talking about 80% AMI. That's very, very different from
again. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Member Paul. Can you just make your motion so we can go ahead and do it? And because we're not going to have this conversation now.
I made it.
Or advocate.
My
motion.
motion.
We don't even have a second yet.
Yeah.
So,
I'll be glad to second the motion.
Well, can Member Paul, can you concisely restate your motion for us all?
Well, I'm asking with regard to 6.6 and 6.7 for, this to be added to whoever, if they're going to go ahead and pass 6.6 and 6.7, that we move also to refer the policy-based issue of how to optimize supportive housing and services for the unhoused community at any future transit-oriented developments to the PAC.
Okay.
That's my motion.
So that's the motion. Member Liang has seconded. Now, do you want to do any more advocacy for your item?
No, I was just trying to provide, some context and, perspective on, on why I think if we don't do this, it's just going to kind of slip through the cracks and we're not going to have as good of a conversation about it and hashing out of the, various tensions. So.
And also included in your motion is that 6.6 and 6.7 pass. Is that correct?
I'll take that as a friendly amendment for the sake of efficiency. I mean, I do. That's fine. I'll move the staff recommendation, including what I had, what I had requested for this to be referred to the PAC, for this issue to be referred to the PAC.
Okay. Member Chavez?
And there's a second?
Liang.
Yes, I second that and I accept the amendment as well.
Thank you. So this would move item 6.6 and 6.7. I just want to clarify that the discussion that would go back to the PAC is a review of the housing policy we currently have.
Yeah, essentially.
Okay. I mean, I think reviewing the current policy is a fine idea. I do, but I would also just want to add that if staff believes that there are any changes that need to be made, that staff make that recommendation to the full board through the Admin and Finance Committee or the Capital Committee based on their discretion. And then I can support the motion. I do just want to say one thing, that the rapid rehousing is actually housing for people who are in need of permanent supportive housing. In case you weren't aware.
Okay. Do any of my other colleagues have any comments they'd like to make on this?
I have a question. I have a question. Well,
Okay,
not really,
Member
a question, more of a comment. The Policy Advisory Committee is just that. They're just an advisory committee. I mean, not to make it any less, but the board, the board have the ultimate. We are the ones that have make the ultimate decision. So I'm just wondering, shouldn't we be the ones reviewing those policies? Not really the PAC, because I think it's time is up. What I'm hearing is time is of the essence, and there's this urgency. So I guess those are my comments. Just thinking out loud. So I'm not sure if there's any rationale behind that. Thank you.
My understanding of the motion is that that these two items are going to be approved if this motion is passed. That we'll go through a process of potentially looking at that will start at the PAC for maybe some changes that might need to go to our housing policy. And if those are suggested, then they would have to wind their way through the normal process, and it would be up to the board to make a final decision on that.
Thanks for that clarification.
It looks like the board secretary wants to probably tell me I did something wrong.
No, Chair, I just wanted to make sure that I captured the motion correctly.
Okay.
And what I have written right now is to approve the staff recommendation for items 6.6 and 6.7 and refer policy-based issue of how to optimize supportive housing and services for the unhoused community at any future transit-oriented developments to the PAC.
With an addition that any of those recommendations can go back through either administration and finance or the capital committee based on staff's recommendation.
Member Paul, do you accept that friendly amendment? Just
I
wanted
do,
to.
I do.
And
I
Member
would
Lee
expect,
Eng?
yeah, absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
I see you now. Thank you so much.
Okay, good. I'm going to assume all the hands that are raised have already spoken. And so with that, let's please vote.
Carrasco? Chavez? Oh, thank you. Chavez?
Yes.
Constantine?
Aye.
Davis?
Yes.
Liang?
Yes.
Ricardo?
Yes.
Montano?
Yes.
Paul?
Yes.
Morales?
Yes.
Simidian?
Yes.
Thank you. Jones?
Aye.
Hendricks?
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, great. Again, I'm going to assume everybody's hands up is for they already spoke. I'm going to move on to now our regular agenda. And as mentioned under orders of the day, we're going to be hearing agenda item 7.5 first. This is to review and receive the audited annual comprehensive financial report for VTA and the financial reports for the ATU pension plan and retirees other post-employment benefits trust for fiscal year 2021. And Kathleen Kelly, our interim chief financial officer, I think we're going to pass to you, but you're going to pass to somebody else right away.
That's correct. I'm going to pass this on to Ahmad Garaiba, who is the managing partner with our auditing firm, Eide Bailey.
Thank you, Kathleen. Good evening, members of the governing board. This is the annual financial report, annual comprehensive financial report, and the audit results of that report for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2021. Next slide, please. So the scope of the audit, mainly it's the audit of the annual comprehensive financial report. It includes a few supplemental reports, such as the audit of the ATU pension plan and the OPEB plan, performing certain agreed upon procedures relating to the ridership that is submitted to the U.S. Department of Transportation, the single audit as well. But mainly it is the audit of the annual comprehensive financial report. The audit starts at the beginning of the year. This is the interim phase. It's typically the audit is done in 3 phases: the interim phase, the final phase, and then the reporting phase. In the interim phase, we look at the controls and we look at the manner that you process receipts and disbursements, the manner that you process payroll. We look at quite a bit of some compliance with federal requirements and state requirements. You receive federal and state funding. Then management closes the books and we come back in August, and it is a process of confirming the amounts that are reported on the financial statements. And again, these financial statements are as of June 30, 2021. They are presented to you by management throughout the year, and this process here is just an affirmation and a confirmation process of that financial information that is presented to you throughout the year as of June 30, 2021. As soon as VTA closes the books, as I mentioned, we confirm your sales tax revenue, your investment balances, your debt, and then we issue an opinion on the fair presentation of these financial statements. Next slide, please. Pleased to let you know that the financial statements are fairly presented in accordance with accounting principles generally accepted in the United States of America. Meaning that the numbers, the amounts that are reported in these financial statements are fairly stated. This also includes the ATU and the OPEB plans as well. Next slide, please. So among some of the required communications, whether we encountered any difficulties in the performance of the audit, whether we had adjustments to the financial statements, disagreements with management, we also take a look at significant estimates. Those are mainly related to pension and OPEB. And we are required to communicate to you whether we noted any significant deficiencies in the internal control. I'm pleased to let you know that we had no adjustments to the financial statements, and we had no difficulties in performing the audit. We had no disagreements, and the estimates that were used in the financial statements are fairly stated. And with that, I'll be more than happy to take any questions.
Okay, great. Before I go to my colleagues, let's go ahead and see if there's any public comment. I'm not seeing anyone's hands up right now, so I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, and I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment section. Before I ask my colleagues if they have any comments, I will just note that the G&A committee did just hear this item before this meeting, and we accepted the report of what it is. So I don't know if any of my colleagues have any comments or questions. I'm not seeing any of my colleagues raise their hands. I will, say I think this is really important information for us. If you haven't yet had a chance to take a look at the report, I would highly encourage my colleagues to go through that. And if there are no comments or questions, is there a will of my colleagues for what we'd like to do?
Move to accept.
Second.
So it sounds like that's a motion for a staff recommendation from Montano with a second by the vice chair.
Yes.
That's correct.
Any other comments or questions? Could you
Good
please
job.
vote?
Carrasco,
Aye.
Chavez, Chavez. I'll get back to you. Constantine,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Liang,
Yes.
Ricardo. I'll come back to you. Montano.
Sorry,
Yes.
yes.
All right, yes for Ricardo, and Montano is yes too, right? Correct? All right, thank
Yes.
you. Paul,
Yes.
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Simidian,
Semidian, yes.
thank you. Jones,
Aye.
Hendricks,
Yes.
and I'll come back to member Chavez. All right, I'm marked as absent for this vote. Motion passed. Thank you.
Okay, great. And once again, thank you to the auditors who did all the work, and also to all the VTA employees that worked with and provided all the data that's going on. So thanks everybody on that. Next item
Chair
on the agenda.
Hendricks,
Yes.
if I could just say again, I really like to thank Grace Ragney, who's our assistant controller. It's Grace and her team who are responsible for all of the work.
Okay, so I agree that, so yes, thank you to that. Kathleen, do you have anything else before I move on this?
No.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. Thanks everybody for this. The next agenda item is 7.2, which is to authorize the general manager to amend contract S16250 in the amount of $6,038,000 with BKF engineers to complete final design for the East Ridge to BART Regional Connector project, resulting in a new total authorized contract amount of $30,117,983 and extend the contract to December 31, 2023. Ken Ronci, the Deputy Director of Rail and Facilities, is going to provide the report. And Ken, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Appreciate that. So this item is to really approve an amendment for this engineering contract with BKF. The intent is to complete the drawings and the specifications that would allow the EBRC construction, the East Ridge to BART Regional Connector. The utility relocation work along the expressway is currently underway, and then this contract would be the next step toward ultimate construction for light rail. The amendment is needed to include several changes that were identified during final engineering. Particularly, these have to do with improving the roadway layout to minimize impacts both during construction and in the permanent condition. There's some work for the engineering work to respond to some comments that we had during an independent review
that was performed as a check for some of our assumptions. And then there's a lot of level of effort for some various components, such as SCADA, electric vehicle chargers, advancement of a utility package, so a litany of things. I want to note that the overall cost for final engineering remains within our estimate of the industry standard for this type of engineering, even with this amendment, and that we're recommending that the engineering be done now because it would be most effective and efficient to complete this, even in light of several other concurrent things that are going on that deserve some presentation. So that brings me to my next slide. This slide shows the timing of this project and its activities in relationship with other things, with the engineering and 3 other main activities. So what the approval of this item would do tonight, it would allow the engineering to be complete in the most efficient and effective way. And that you see in the yellow bar that we would be done with the engineering work in this amendment in early 2022. We would then spend several months getting ready for the advertisement, making the plans and specs a biddable construction document. That would mean that in the summer of next year, 2022, we can confirm the actual advertisement of this contract for construction with 3 things to consider. 1, we would need RM3 funding to be approved in the amount of $130 million. We would need approval of another funding source in the amount of $30 million. And we would need to do a check-in with the parallel work for the next generation vehicles to confirm light rail is the appropriate technology for this extension. So with that, staff recommends approval of this amendment so that we can be postured to advertise at the time that we would be most efficient and effective, and that we would check in the mid-2022 timeframe for confirmation before we actually advertise for construction. Otherwise, there would be a certain delay and the engineering work would be much less effective, and it would be an overall increase of cost. So with that, I'll open it up for questions.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and go to the public comment first. But before I do that, I just want to alert my colleagues in the public that I've made a mistake. And because I scrolled through my script too fast and we skipped 7.1. So after we finish this item, we're going to go ahead and go back to 7.1. So that's my mistake, everybody. And for anybody who's worried, we will go back to that item. Here we are now talking about 7.2, and I'm going to go ahead and go to public comment for 7.2. Can you let our public speakers in?
Yes, thank you, Chair. We have 2 public speakers, Roland, followed by Blair. Roland, you may begin speaking when ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've only got a small comment to make. Is I hope that everybody heard very clearly what Ken said about not having the funding for RM3, because that will come up later during the bar conversation, because the bar project does not have the funding for RM3 either. Thank you.
Chair, we're having this is Elaine, we're having some technical issues with our timer, so I will just use my phone, and to the members of the public, just wait for the timer to, I'll let you know once I start the timer. Thank you.
Thank you. Blair, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thank you for this item. This item, it was brought to a committee in the past few weeks, the previous few weeks, and it got me started. You know, I'm trying to figure out ways to really consider how we need to start really considering how to talk about planning and how to talk about it as openly as we can, and the importance of planning for 2022 as compared to planning for 2023. You very nicely state this item. You know, it's like with the housing item that I thank you for that, for the work on that, and that I hope that you can be considering the ideas of ELI and VLI with that housing. Like with that item, we can do some stuff in the next year, it sounds like, but it should be very clear that, you know, we may have to wait through the year of 2023 before projects can really start to take off and work. I don't know how actual that is, but to start talking about it in these terms, I hope can be of help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, it looks like that was the last of our public speakers. I'm going to close that section. I'm going to come back to my colleagues if they have any comments or questions. I'm not seeing anybody. Member Chavez.
Move approval.
Second.
So there's a motion by Chavez and a second by Carrasco. Any other further comments or questions? Can we please vote?
Yes. Carrasco,
Aye.
Chavez,
Yes.
Constantine,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Liang,
Yes.
Ricardo. Come back to you, Montano.
Yes.
Thank you. Montano.
Yes.
Thank you. Paul.
Yes.
Perales.
Yes.
Perales. Thank
Yes.
you. Sumerian.
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Hendricks.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously. Thank you.
All right, thanks everyone. And Ken, don't take the lack of questions as, not interested. It's just, well presented.
I know. Well, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues and to the public, I truly apologize. I got scrolled too fast and I've missed item 7.1. So we're going to go back to that. 7.1 is the fiscal year 2021 statement of revenues and expenses for the period ending June 30, 2021. And Kathleen Kelly, you're up. You have the floor.
Good evening, board members. This item summarizes the agency's year-end operating budget results. Let's go to the next slide, please. The slide here shows 3 columns. The first, which we'll focus on the most, shows the actual amount of revenues and expenses for the year. The second column shows the budget, and the final column shows the difference between the two. As a reminder, this was the second year of a biennial budget. So the budget was approved in June of 2019, well before the pandemic began. Therefore, you see a much more dramatic difference in that third column than you would normally expect when you compare actuals to budget. So let's focus on the first column, the one that says actual. In the top section, you see the revenues, and we've divided them into 3 categories. Fare revenues, as you can see, were only about 1/3 of what had been projected. And that is based both on some periods of time when we had free fares, as well as the obvious overall ridership loss. Next are the sales tax revenues, which last year made up 90% of our revenues. In this category, we were very fortunate that the projections made early in the year about significant losses in sales tax were not borne out, and we ended the year with only about a 3% drop in sales tax. Other revenues, which include the Measure A repayment obligation, advertising, investments, and other small items, were also lower than projected. Moving to the middle section, we have the expense side of the equation, and we've also divided that into 3 categories. The first is labor costs, which made up 70% of all expenses last year. And staff managed labor costs to the extent possible to account for the lower level of service that was needed during the early part of the pandemic and to ensure that the budget deficit would be manageable. Similarly, the other categories, non-labor operating and other expenses and transfers, ran under budget. The number in the actual column of the last section, the bottom section, shows the most important number. The agency ended the year with a deficit of just under $15 million, $14.7 million to be exact. That deficit was covered by using some of the federal funding that we received since the beginning of the pandemic. You may recall there have been 3 different federal relief acts that provided money to a host of recipients, including transit agencies, and they're all known by their acronyms. So there was the CARES Act, under which VTA received $141 million, CRISA, under which we received $39 million, and finally, under ARP, where the final piece was just allocated last week by MTC, we received a total of $128 million, with about $30 million of that allocated under the hardship category. In total, VTA has received close to $310 million. We had a small deficit in 2020, in addition to the $14.7 million deficit shown here for 2021, and we've used about $20 million. The biennial budget that was approved for fiscal years 22 and 23 also project deficits in each of those years for a total of $32 million. But those estimates do not make any assumptions around labor negotiations, and all 4 of our contracts will be up between January and September of next year. So those deficits will increase accordingly. Next slide, please. The recommended action tonight is for the board to review and accept the 2021 year-end statement of revenues and expenses. These numbers reflect the audited numbers that you just saw in the annual comprehensive financial report. And for those of you who may have gone back to the third quarter projections that we provided last year, just to see how well our year-end projections actually held up, you would have noticed that the revenues came in $16 million higher than we last projected. And it was almost entirely in sales tax. Sales tax receipts last year were just a little bit weird, and we actually got more in the last month of the year than we had projected. On the cost side, though, our third quarter projection for expenses was only off by about 1%, which is pretty good, I might add. That concludes my report, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you for all of that. Before I go to my colleagues, let's go ahead and go to the public. So we're going to the public comment, and this is item 7.1.
Thank you, Chair. We have 2 public speakers, Roland followed by Blair. Roland, you may begin speaking when ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Same question I had in committee is what happened to the case and the decrease of funding, and what will be the remaining balance after we account for the deficit. And then I may have completely missed it. Did you go to item 7.3? Because I was going to speak to that case.
No, we've not done 7.3.
Okay, great. So I would like, through the chair, to have an answer to that question right now, because that's where we'll be looking for money for item 7.3. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker, please.
Thank you, Roland. Blair, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. You know, kind of with my same thinking, I've been trying to learn that I think Mayor Liccardo, you know, deep in his heart, really has helped create and procure in San Jose the ideas of renewable energy and its local procurement process in the next years, in the next few years. I think that's at the heart of where he's trying to go with it. He may not say that, but that's where his heart is at. With that same thinking, I hope in this next year or two that we can start to consider how to, you know, go to our good accounting practices. The past few years have been really strange and difficult with COVID. I think Noria Fernandez did an amazing job to focus on transit operations above a lot for ourselves, and did phenomenal. It's now a time that we can consider really good accounting practice, and we do that prep work now. We'll be ready for this next decade. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That was all of our public speakers. Are there any comments or questions from my colleagues? Member Liccardo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just 2 quick questions. One is, I noticed the advertising revenue was cut in half. And I was under the impression that we'd have minimum annual guarantees in those contracts. I was just wondering why such a sharp reduction? Were the contracts being renegotiated?
If Ron Golem is still on here, I'd like to see if he can respond to that.
Yes, I'm happy to jump in on that one. Once the pandemic commenced, we had a collapse, and not we, this is an industry-wide item. There's a collapse essentially in the outdoor advertising industry basis. Our advertisers approached us, and they approached other transit systems, and we coordinated with our transit system colleagues, and all of us had agreed to do waivers of the MAGs to really balance what the payments were relative to the much more greatly diminished revenues that were received. And we all chose to do that in the interest of helping these companies remain in business and continue. I will say that coming to the board, and I expect this will be in January, The outdoor advertising industry still has not recovered, and we're seeing this, and we will be coming back to the board with a request from one of our advertising companies, Clear Channel, because they've indicated to us that they're ready to walk away from their contract unless we can do a substantial change in the agreement. And so we'll be coming back to the board, both with a presentation on this issue and what the items are, and then discussing what we do with that particular contract. But really our presentation at that time will focus on both of our advertising contracts and what's happening still with the outdoor advertising industry.
Thanks, Ron. The other question I had just related to the $10.8 million for Caltrain. It doesn't appear, obviously there's a whole separate stream of revenue that flows from our county under Measure RR. We're just trying to understand, is that 10.8? Is it that RR hasn't kicked in yet? I assume that that contribution to Caltrain would go away when RR became effective.
Yes, we did, and I can't remember the amount that used to be.
If I may, Kathleen.
Thanks, Jim.
Mayor Liccardo's recollection is correct. This covers the period prior to Measure RR kicking in, fulfills our obligation for that operating contribution.
Okay, great. So it's no longer going to be on the books going forward.
Correct.
Great. Thank you very much.
Okay. Any other comments or questions from my colleagues? I see Sam's hand still up, but I think that's from before. I'm not seeing any other comments or questions from my colleagues. Is there Member Liccardo? Oh, okay. Is there a will of my colleagues, or would they like to move with this item?
So moved.
Second, Chavez.
Okay, motion by Liccardo, second by Chavez. Any last opportunity for comments or questions from my colleagues? Board Secretary, can you please vote us?
Rasco,
Aye.
Chavez,
Yes.
Constantine,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Liang,
Yes.
Liccardo,
Yes.
Montano,
Yes.
Paul,
Yes.
Perales,
Yes.
Semidian,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Hendricks.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on. And again, my mistake, you know, we did 7.2, then we went back and did 7.1. So we are now on 7.3, which is an action item, Lifeline, which is to approve reprogramming of Lifeline transportation program funds from VTA Route 22 overnight service to VTA Rapid 568 and adopt a resolution of local support. Celeste Fior, transportation planner, is going to provide our report. So Celeste, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair and board members. And Celeste Fiori.
Sorry.
It's Italian. This is an action item requesting that the board approve reprogramming $1 million of the Lifeline transportation funds. This is a programming action and not a service planning action. The Lifeline transportation funds discussed in this item were originally programmed by the board to the now defunct Outreach and Escort Inc. service provider. And subsequently, on December 2019, the VTA board approved reprogramming $1 million from that defunct service provider to VTA's Route 22. However, during the onset of the pandemic, VTA had an immediate decline in operator availability and ridership demand. And this prompted VTA to implement temporary service reductions. Therefore, prior to drawing down any of the Route 22 Lifeline funds, VTA temporarily suspended 2 Route 22 runs between 2 and 4:30 a.m. And aware that the Lifeline funds were a use it or lose it, staff identified the planned Rapid 568 bus service project as a potential candidate that met all of the Lifeline transportation program requirements. Now, the VTA passengers and the South County residents suggested the Rapid 568 service, which is a rapid service to downtown San Jose. And of note, the service started on October 11th. I'll mention that the robust discussion at the Congestion Management Program and Planning Committee was appreciated. And at that time, committee members asked for a time frame for return of the full 24-hour Route 22 service. And to that request, Route 22 service has been gradually added back over the last 14 months as VTA has restored service across the network from the pandemic-related temporary cutbacks. As of today, the Route 22 provides 21.5 hours of service every weekday, with that 2.5-hour gap between 2 and 4 a.m. that hasn't been restored yet. This last gap in the service will be restored mid-2022. And we wanted to clarify the return of the 24/7 service on the 22. But Jay Tyree, who manages our service program planning program, is here to answer any questions about our service restoration plans. Now that concludes my presentation, and I'll answer any questions on the reprogramming of those funds.
Okay, thank you for that information. Before we go to my colleagues for comments and questions, let's go ahead and go to public comment.
Thank you, Chair. Before we go to public comment, I'd like to note for the record that we received written public comment from Blair Beekman on this item. It looks like we've got 3 speakers. Our first 3 speakers will be Eugene, followed by Roland and Blair. Eugene, you may begin speaking when ready.
Evening, board members. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
This is Eugene Bradley, founder and CEO of the Silicon Valley Transit Users. This is just rather odd that we seem to be robbing Peter to pay Paul so Mary can go have some fun here, given the shifting of what used to be former outreach funding, what was now 24-hour service on the 22 to help support the 568. While personally, I thought I was at the 568 opening ceremony, thank you for having it. While it's a great idea, and I'm aware that 24-hour service will return on the 22 sometime next year, well, it's a great thing. This is just a rather odd use of this money. A better idea would be some of the $50 million, $10 to $50 million VTA likes to spend on consultants for BART. Imagine if some of that money were used to actually improve the buses, how great things are. So please consider something else instead. Thank you.
Next speaker is Roland. You may begin speaking when ready.
Well, I never thought we would have stooped this low, but here we are. The first question I have to the chair is how many more new drivers did we need to start the 568, which is a brand new route? And once we've got that number, why couldn't get 2 of these drivers to run the 22? And by the way, 22 is the Lifeline line, just like the 68. The 568 is not. It's a rapid bus system that's trying to compete with Caltrain, and good luck to that. But I'd like to close up with a quick comment about the comments from Mayor Ricardo and Mr. Lawson under the last item. My advice to these gentlemen is to very, very carefully go back to Measure A and read the ballot language before making the kind of statements that you just made. Thank you.
Thank you, Roland. Our next speaker will be Blair. You may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, this is Blair Beekman here. Thank you that we're working on the ideas of open communication for this item. I think it's vitally, vitally important however we move forward on this item. I think I'm in favor of the ideas of Lifeline funding, that it provides a myriad of services that, it may not be only applicable to the 568, it could be applicable to the 66, to the 68, to the 22, the 522 maybe. It's important. We're learning how to talk about it openly. So thank you for that. I just think it's key between staff, committee, and community that we learn how to talk about it openly. What is going to be the budget of the VTA 22? COVID is spreading in UK. We have to consider that issue. I wish I could say more at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That was the last of, we have another public speaker.
Yes, we have one final public speaker. Kevin, you may begin speaking when ready.
Evening, board members. My name is Kelma. I'm a resident of Mountain View and about a block away from the 22. But that being said, I approve of the staff recommendation for this. Inherently, you have to reprogram these funds in a timely manner, or else we just lose them completely. So that I believe that it is a good use of investment to encourage the 568, given that the current line from Gilroy to San Jose is so slow that basically it would be a depressant on people actually taking up the bus when they could use it, because Caltrain is not always the most reliable given the neighborhood you are in, Gilroy, San Martin, that corridor. So in support of this move, should not be that controversial, and it is necessary for people to get back on the bus. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That was the last of our public speakers. So I'm going to close the public speaker section. Member Smithian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to decline to speak on this item at any length. I shared my concerns at our CMPP meeting. I did want to ask, however, following up on Ms. Fiore's very welcome comment about restoring the 22 to 24-hour service sometime in mid-2022, if our CEO, Ms. Gonat, could confirm that as well, just for the record, please.
Yes, I mean, it is planned to open up as soon as when we get to the restoring to 100% service. And that's all dependent on our recruitment of the bus operators at this point. That we're gonna have a presentation on that later on during the general manager's report as well. But yes, we are planning on, that is on the next phase of opening or restoring service.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Next is Member Chavez.
Thank you. I would just want to follow up on what Supervisor Smithian just raised. And Carolyn, I heard you say two things. One is yes, and then something else that I didn't really catch. And you know, one of the things that really has been reinforced by staff to the board has been how important the backbone is to really being able to build off, and really the connection between what, you know, BART and also what will be our very busy Dearborn station someday, and throughout the county. And so what I'm having a hard time understanding is the priorities of how the build back will happen. And my concern about moving the money, I recognize what you're saying is that we're moving that money because we don't want to lose that money. That's what I think the staff is sharing with us. That said, I don't really understand the plan for 22. So
Yeah, we can talk about that, because you know, when we pulled back on the 22 VTA, when we pulled back on it, we slowly brought it back. So right now we're running between 4:30 in the morning and 2 a.m. at night. And so I think Jay Tyree's on the line. He can talk a little bit more about how we pulled back all the service, and then how slowly we're bringing it back and which routes are going there. So we have built up more service on 22. It's just important to understand how we're making that decision. So Jay, are you?
Yeah.
May I make a recommendation? Because I think it's hard for everybody to visualize without kind of a map, and I don't want to have Jay, I don't want to run you, Jay, around a mulberry bush or a bus route. But can I recommend that this item go to whatever committee staff thinks is appropriate in December, with an actual build back plan that has the alignments in the priority order and helping us understand those alignments?
I actually think that's a really good idea, to bring it to SSTP&O, the transit planning. I think also what's important is because, and as you'll see, we're continuing to hire operators. We're doing it at fastest pace as we can, but if we're not getting where we need to be, then at the time we are, how do we build back? And so I think that's a good suggestion.
I think we want to be transparent both with the board and the public. And I just want to reinforce my interest in the 22 is this reinforcement of this backbone. And also that, you know, we know, and I know, Jay, this is something you're following really closely, is we're seeing increased ridership across the country. A lot of the places we're seeing that increased ridership is with off-peak riders that are using it for work still. And so that's the other reason this has my attention, and also the needs of the community that use it. So if that could come back by December to what was it? It's STPO?
I think it's SSTPO.
Okay, SSTPO, and then, you know, and then to the full board after that would be great. Thank you.
Member Perales.
Yeah, thanks. We had a good conversation about this in the committee. I just wanted to see if it can come back to CMPP as well. I appreciate why you want to put it SSTPO, but I do think that it would, we had a good discussion. I'd like to maybe continue on that. That was the request that we had there, was really to find out what the future of the 22 looked like. So if you can just come back there as well. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Carolyn, are you good with both of those committees?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. Member Montano.
Thank you. Yes, we did have a very lengthy discussion on that in the committee. I would like to ask Cindy. Cindy, do you think that, or actually staff, do you think December is too soon, and that's just next month?
I'm gonna ask Jay to respond, to
Yeah.
come back if it's just a presentation.
We can easily do a December presentation and discussion about the service recovery plan. Yeah, that's no problem.
Okay. All right. Yeah, and I do agree with the last speaker, because if we don't use it, we basically lose it. So I would like to concur with staff's recommendation.
And Carolyn or Jay, I just want to be clear. Are you talking about the December committees and then it would come to the board in January, or are you talking about November committees coming to the December board? I just want to make sure we set expectations correctly.
My understanding is that this would be a discussion of our priorities and our timeline for recovering the last bits of transit service. And so it would be an information item that would go to CMPP and SSTPNO in December. And then it's really at the board's discretion whether, or the committee's discretion, whether I come to the board in January.
And that's fine. I just want to make sure when we said December, we were meeting the committees, and if it comes back to the board, it's after that. I just want to make sure it was an expectation thing.
Yeah, and just remember, most months under the general manager's report, Jay has been giving an update of where we are in restoring the service. So this would be a good follow on as to the next steps. Thanks.
Okay, cool. Any other comments from my colleagues? I think I already did the public comment section. So this is an action item. Is there a will of my colleagues?
Move to for staff's recommendation.
And I'll second that with the report outs to both committees on the full complement of the order of restoration, including line 22.
Okay, so I think that's a friendly amendment that Montano is accepting.
Yes.
So it's a motion by Montano, second by Chavez. Any other comments or thoughts from my colleagues? Please vote us.
Carrasco? Carrasco? All right, I'll come back to you. Chavez?
Yes.
Constantine?
Aye.
Davis?
Yes.
Liang?
Yes.
Ricardo?
Yes.
Montano?
Yes.
Paul?
Yes.
Perales?
Yes.
Semidian? Semidian? I'll come back to you. Jones?
Yes.
Hendricks?
Yes.
I'll come back to Carrasco. Okay, I'll note her as absent. Coming back to member Semidian. All right, I'll note him as absent as well. Motion passed, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, great. That takes us, the next item is 7.4, which is to program 64.253 million of 2022 state transportation improvement program funds to the US 101 Express Lanes Phase 5 project and 1.268 million to planning, programming, and monitoring. Also to adopt a resolution to program 2022 Stip funding to these projects, and to authorize the general manager to execute appropriate funding agreements to receive the Stip funds. Amin Surani, Principal Transportation Planner, is available to ask questions. I don't know if that means you're giving a presentation or if you're just here to ask questions. So I'll start with you if you've got anything you want to add.
Amin Surani, VTA staff. I'm here to answer any questions. This particular item is very self-explanatory. We have 64 million of STIP funding available, and staff is recommending that we program a bulk of that money to Express Lane Phase 5 and a 5%, a remaining 1.2 to the planning, programming, and monitoring funds.
Okay, awesome. Before I go to my colleagues, we're going to go ahead and go to public comments. So let's go to our public speakers.
Thank you, Chair. We have one public speaker. Roland, you may begin speaking when ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a quick ask on the $1.2 million. I don't know if it's enough or if we need to supplement it, but it's absolutely imperative that we start paying attention to what's going on south of Gilroy, especially the widening of Highway 125 on both sides of 101, the widening of Highway 152 also on both sides of 101, the widening of Highway 129 that feeds into 101, and then the actual widening of Highway 101 between Highway 25 and Highway 129 to 3 lanes in each direction. Anybody who went to the MPC workshop last week saw a Link 21 slide that is showing nearly 450,000 single occupant vehicles a day going in and out of Santa Clara County. We need help. Let's start planning for it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing any other public speakers, so I'm going to close the public speaker section. To my colleagues, do you have any comments or thoughts?
Move approval.
I have a question on that. Well, not really a question, a comment.
Okay, let's have your comment and then we'll go to the motion.
Okay, so this was discussed in our congestion management committee, and I mean, I know that we need those express lanes, but you know, a lot of times these express lanes, they single out people that can pay for to it's like a privilege to be on that express lane. And I'm wondering, what is staff doing to ensure that people that don't have the people that have modest means can afford to get on those lanes?
Staff?
Well, this is a policy question. I will refer this question to the Marcella. Yep.
Or, I mean, this is Deborah DeGang. I'd be happy to speak to this.
Go ahead.
Okay, do you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, hi, this is Deborah DeGang. I'm the Chief Planning and Programming Officer for VTA. And I also staff the CMPP. And Member Montano brings up some good points. So a few quick observations are, there are in the Bay Area a couple of equity analyses that are just beginning on express lanes. So that's something that VTA is planning to actively participate in, just to make sure that we are addressing those issues. One way that we at VTA have looked at this through an equity lens is advocating for the fact that funds raised by the express lanes, once we've paid off the actual constructions of the express lanes, be used within the county and to benefit neighborhoods that need them. And through things such as in the future, looking at ways we can tie it to increased transit service. The other observation that I'll make is that many studies of express lanes over the years have shown that it's often people with lower incomes that actually benefit the most, because those are the populations that, if due to congestion they're late for work, they might miss a day for work. If due to congestion they're late picking up their child at daycare, they have to pay $6 a minute that they're late. And so the studies of these express lanes have actually shown a wider usage across income lines than one might expect when they first were implemented. But this is an ongoing issue that we're continuing to study.
Okay, well, I'm glad that at least you're taking a proactive approach and looking into that, because it is an equity issue, in my opinion. So, and let me some clarification. Is it HO3 now? So there has to be 3 riders on that lane?
In order to ride for no charge, there's a discount for those that are 2-person carpools.
So it's just like the diamond lanes. Okay. All right. Thanks for that clarification. Thank you.
Okay, the next hand I see that's up is member Semidian, then Chavez, then Licardo. Member Semidian? Looks like we may have to unmute his phone.
Let's try it now, Mr. Chairman.
We hear you now.
Thanks so much. I'll cast my vote on this item in a moment. I've expressed my concerns previously. Forgive me, we had technical difficulties a couple of minutes ago, and I just wonder if I could be recorded without objection as a no vote on the prior item.
I think we can go ahead and do that, and the board secretary is hearing this, so we'll consider that.
Thank you. I appreciate the courtesy, and I'm
No,
sorry to
thank
interrupt
you.
the conversation.
Okay. So I think Joe's saying he's done with this. Next, we have member Chavez and then Licardo.
Thank you. Just trying to read my notes here. You know, one issue that I just wanted to raise was some concerns just about the timing of some of the projects. And in particular, I've been concerned about the length of time it's taking us to get some of the work done on our sound walls. And I wanted to raise that because it's something that I raised with staff, and in part because these have such an impact on, you know, the local community as a, you know, in terms of real projects. I wanted to just put that out there. The second issue, though, I wanted to respond to a point that Deborah DeGang raised. And one request I would make is that if you could forward to the board the particular study that you're looking at, because I think that would help me a great deal understand how we think about equity relative to these kinds of projects. And the second that I would suggest is that I know that our program is very separate than MTC's program, but they are doing some very interesting work trying to address equity, and I think it might speak to some of what Member Montano raised in terms of opportunities for us to look at these as equitable projects. Thank you.
Okay, Member Licardo.
Thank you. I just had a question about the cost of this project, 139 million. I know this is not the allocation we're making here today, but it's roughly half of it, or perhaps almost. And I'm sort of scratching my head trying to understand. I mean, I'm a strong advocate of expanding these lanes, these express lanes throughout our region. I just don't understand why it is so costly if we're merely extending existing lanes along 101. What exactly is wrapped up in this capital cost? Are we somehow or another adding lanes or paving? I don't understand this.
Yes, sir, you are correct. In addition to converting existing lanes, we are also adding express lane also. So there'll be 2 express lane in each direction.
So we're widening 101.
That's my understanding. That's correct.
I see.
In portions of 101, there would be a good portion of 101 in our county would need 2 lanes because the HOV lanes are full.
I see. And had there, forgive me, because I'm sure all this had been analyzed at an earlier date, but had we studied the option of not widening 101 and simply installing the express lanes?
I'm going to have Casey Emoto, who's online, to discuss that.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
So this is Casey. I'm the Chief Engineering Program Delivery Officer. So the project is being constructed. It's going to match what's in Palo Alto Mountain View with the phase 3 that's under construction, which is a double lane system, and we're basically extending that further south along 101, and we're doing the addition of the lanes within the existing right-of-way. So we're not widening the freeway per se. It's taking and using the inside shoulder that exists on the freeway. And so it's going to look very much like what you already see when you travel through Palo Alto and Mountain View on 101.
Okay, so there's some amount of paving on the shoulder that we're doing. Is that right?
Yeah, we're converting the inside shoulder to a lane. And this is, sort of the vision for 101. It's the main, trunk freeway system in Santa Clara County. and we're trying to build off of this and provide the extra throughput. As Carolyn mentioned, the carpool lanes, even in this time of COVID, there's some times when the carpool lane is not moving too well.
Okay, I think I get it. These costs of these projects is always astounding to me. But anyway, thank you.
Yeah, I sit on and Jim or somebody could correct me, it's the 680, I forget the exact name, that has to do with what's been done with express lanes. And so I've seen that project go and what the cost of that has been as that work has been extended. Any other comments or questions from my colleagues? Is there a will of the board?
Chair, I had, this is Elaine. I have a motion from Member Chavez. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second by Jones.
Second, motion by the chair, second by the, motion by Chavez, second by the vice chair. Member Paul.
I'm reading the staff report at the bottom of page 3 under climate impact. The first sentence reads, VTA's long-range transportation plan, VTP 2040, relies on net revenues from the completed express lane network to continue to operate and expand VTA's transit network. I'd be interested in knowing what the revenue projections are with regard to a particular stretch being proposed. So do we have that data anywhere? I've been kind of looking for it, but I don't see it.
We've had studies done on the revenue projections. Casey, I'm not sure if they've been updated anytime recently since I've come back, but.
Yeah, we could come back with that information. Like Carolyn said, some of the information is dated. We are going through a process to update our traffic and revenue data. That study is underway, but we could come back with the data that we have as of today.
Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be very useful information. Thanks so much.
Sure.
Yeah,
thanks.
Yeah, Casey, this is going, I think let's go ahead and let's, share the information we have, but just, tag it that it's to be updated at whatever the time frame is you think the next report's going to be done.
All right.
So we had a motion and a second. Any other thoughts or comments or questions from my colleagues? I'm not seeing any hands, so Board Secretary, could you please vote us?
Carrasco,
Aye.
Chavez,
Yes.
Constantine,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Liang,
No.
Ricardo,
Yes.
Montano,
Yes.
Paul,
Abstain.
Corrales,
Yes.
Simidian.
No.
Did I hear you say no?
He said no.
No.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Jones. Jones? I'll come back to
Yes.
you.
Yes.
Thank you. Hendricks?
Yes.
Motion passed with 9 ayes, 2 noes, and 1 abstention. Thank you.
Okay, great. So that was item 7.4. We had already done 7.5, which is what got me off and we got us into mistake land. So we've done 7.5. We're now moving to 7.6, which is the last item on our regular agenda, which is to receive an update on the Silicon Valley Rapid Transit Program. And Takas Salpeas, our BART Silicon Valley Extension Project Chief, is going to give us a report. So Takas, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening to you and the board members. Next page, please. Couple quick updates here. In addition to what you read there, yes, we reach 100% completion practically with all the manuals from BART. And the final big thing now we're working on it is the connection of the 2 tracks. The new track at the phase 2 with existing tracks, we call them tail tracks, south of Berryessa. We're making a great progress on our real estate acquisitions. This month, practically, we completed 10 property transactions, 4 of them completed and 6 underway. But the big news for us in the real estate front is 60 tunnel easements agreed between us and BART. This is very significant accomplishments considering the proximity to the tunnel and so on for the two agencies to agree. We have, as I told you before, we're getting ready to go before the city council in the city of San Jose on December the 7th, and then in January 5th in front of the Santa Clara to discuss our second cooperative agreements. And the last thing is to tell you that we completed and accumulated all the comments from the public regarding our station's design. Next page, please. Couple quick updates from the FTA. As you all know, on October 25th, we got our letter of intent. But FTA announced the intention to obligate federal funds for our project. FTA emphasized that they intend to obligate nearly $2.3 billion towards the project, or 25% of the final project cost, whichever is less, and be included in the full funding agreement. This amount represents a funding ceiling from FTA. That's the ceiling based on a lower level of design, perceived risk, and potential unknowns at the time of the EPD applications. Just to remind the board, FTA based the risk assessment on the application, in the beginning of our application. And I wanted to make one more comment here, that people say FTA did the cost estimate. A US DOT does not do cost estimates. No construction cost estimates. What FTA did for us, did a probabilistic risk assessment. Is what the what-if scenarios. What about if we have labor shortage? What about if COVID impacts continue? What about if inflation is up? What about if the issues we have with the commodities and the chain shortages and so on, and the supply changes? And what about if gas goes to $7.50? All these what-if scenarios, and they're working on that. And that's where we got the risk assessment to 9.1. But they're committing to pay 25% of this. And then to come to the budget upon which we're gonna use to build the project and add to a full funding agreement, the LOI allows 2 years to get our construction bids, actual market-based numbers, and finish our full funding agreement. I heard you, some of you asked in December to brief you of the cost trends, why the project was so much 5 years ago, why it's today this, and so on. But in December, I will be before you and we're gonna go through this discussion. Next page, please. To update you on the procurement, there is nothing new here, just we're making a steady progress. Believe it or not, on December the 3rd, we are expecting to receive our proposals for the tunnel. And it seems like we are on target to get those. And you can see in the picture, under the tunnel machine, the contractors, the 3 competing teams, they were on site and they visited and they walked the whole alignment. That's part of the procurement process. VTA had to host it, a site visit from the competing teams. Doing very well. We questions they ask, we respond to all of them at once. Therefore, we don't have 3 different meetings. That's the procurement rule. The third contract, which is the Santa Clara station of the yard, is on target. And the last one, our stations, we are considering to delay our station procurement process for a little bit. We don't know yet. I don't know yet how we're gonna work on our schedule, because the tunnel contractors are asking us to really don't allow other contractors to interface with them while the tunneling operation is going on. And we have plenty of time for the stations to be built, and considering the underground structures for the stations, it will be part of the tunneling contract. For that, that's the only update on this page. Next page, please. The schedule, the framework, as we call it now for almost 2 years, holds together. And I might have an update for you next month, not next month, in January, really, after we see the proposals coming in, if we have any other requests to delay. Other than that, this is my presentation, Mr. Chairman, and I'm here to respond to any questions you and the board may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Takis. Before I go to the board members, let's go ahead and open the public comment section. And I see we have at least one public speaker.
Thank you, Chair. Before we go to public comment, I'd like to note for the record that we received written public comment from Mr. LeBrun, which has been posted on our website. Looks like we've got 4 public speakers right now. The first 3 speakers will be Roland, Blair, followed by Scott. Roland, you may begin speaking when ready.
Well, in 1 minute, this is going to be a real fun, but here we go. So what's in your packet is the first thing that needs to be addressed, is to completely revise what we are doing here, okay? Because we're not going to be spending $9 billion on this mess that Kimley Horn, that Parsons Brigahoff, and HNTB came up from. Face it, this is not going to happen. Get real or else. Now, that's the first thing that needs to be addressed. The second thing is the funding plan. It's beyond a mess. They basically tried to get the money from the feds as fast as they could. Guess what? They got 25%. San Francisco is taking their time. They're getting 50%. The San Francisco are also getting mega bucks from the P3s, from the surrounding developments. And this is not happening. So in cost, let me just give you an update on what's going on here. Right after you approve these guys in June, they blew $30 million in June, and they just blew another $50 million in September alone. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Thank you. Blair, you may begin speaking when you're ready.
Hi, thank you. Blair Beekman here. This is an item that I've been relating to a few other items about budgeting and planning for 2022 compared to 2023 and beyond. You know, it just sounds like we're at a time to begin to really consider a few different accounting practices for these BART projects. I think we made some interesting, good decisions in a very difficult time of COVID. And I'm interested how in this next year, we can do some really, some more interesting practices in just good solid accounting and really get ourselves prepared in 2022 for this upcoming decade. And good luck how you will do that. And thanks for this item.
Thank you, Blair. Our next 3 speakers will be Scott, followed by Kevin and Daniel. And then our last speaker will be, or last 2 speakers, I'm sorry, will be James and Adina. Scott, you may begin speaking when ready.
First, I want to say that I support the project. There is an alternative design that was environmentally cleared that would result in a more customer-friendly project with less deep stations, more entrances downtown, and shorter and more intuitive connections at Diridon. I and other activists urge the board to pursue an independent peer review to reassess the cost compared to previous environmentally cleared twin bore option. The independent peer review should consider project costs, outcomes for customers, and a comparative assessment of the number of local and US jobs created with single versus dual bore. Please investigate opportunities to reduce cost, support downtown businesses, and shift the federal funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Our next speaker will be Kevin. Kevin, you may begin speaking when ready.
Evening again, board. I'm so sorry for you to be hearing the same 2 voices this entire meeting, but I would like to express concerns with the latest cost estimates. I do want this project to succeed. I feel like it is a good idea for BART to eventually get to Santa Clara and connect to Caption on the other side of tracks. But I do believe that the cost overrun might crowd out with a bunch of other operating funding and projects that, you know, the rest of the Bay Area also, and much with every other metro in this United States wants to succeed. Downtown extension, second Transbay Tube Tunnel, all of them stuff. And it might threaten the future ballot measure funding that we do expect will be eventually coming, whether it be the regional one or the one we need to patch up our long-term financial projections. Every project has issues with making their projects affordable, but I urge you to consider that. Like LA Metro has managed to get a project for cut and cover done very shortly without that much business issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel, you may begin speaking when ready.
All right, you can hear me?
Yes.
All right. So yeah, I again just want to echo, I am a transit user. I feel like this is a very good project to keep going forward, and that, you know, we need a BART to make it all the way to Diridon. However, I really think a lot of these cost issues come down to the single board design. And you know, if you go back in history, this was sort of to reduce some of the construction impacts. But you know, I'm going to actually be using this station probably. And when you look at the design of these stations, you have to go down so many feet just to get to the platform. And so that's something that we're going to have to live with forever. And I think if we went with a dual bore system, we wouldn't have to deal with that user experience.
Thank you, Daniel. We have 3 more speakers. James, followed by Adina and Mark. James, you may begin speaking when ready.
Yeah, James Kuzmo, I'm a Mountain View resident, and I also want to really express support for this project and hope that one day I can actually get connect to BART at Diridon, but do want to express a lot of concern about the cost of the project and the high risk exposed in part by the FDA report for potentially even further increases in cost. And it just really seems like it's taking the time now to try to go back and reinvestigate the twin bore design, which, as people mentioned, did get pretty far through a lot of the design review, is highly appropriate at this time. And as Kevin started to allude to, some of the reason we chose single bore originally and started to go with that was to try to alleviate construction impacts. But newer methods and experiences in Los Angeles suggest that it may be possible now with twin bore designs to reduce some of that impact and still achieve some of the original goals of minimizing disruption. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 3 more speakers. Adina, you may begin speaking when ready.
Adina, before you start to speak, if I could just ask all of our public speakers, could you go ahead and get your hands in now, as opposed to waiting? It just helps us understand what's going on with the queue. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Adina.
Good evening, board members. My name is Adina Levin with Friends of Caltrain. Wanted to share my thoughts to the chorus of people who are wanting this project to be done and to be done as soon as is feasible. And also to express concern as with organizations that have worked on Measure B in Santa Clara County, on Measure W in San Mateo County, on Measure RR, and like and wants to get project funding for transit in the Bay Area in the future. This is going to be very difficult to fund. Voters in Santa Clara County have already voted for Measure B, and it might be hard to get voters to pay for this again. In terms of wanting to have other funding from regional sources and state sources and federal sources, it'll be competing. The cost overruns here will be competing with other projects that we do want to fund. I really urge.
Right, our next speaker will be Mark. You may begin speaking when ready.
Hello there, Mark Molyneux. I'm with California Common Ground, a value capture organization.
I'd just like to say this entire project has for a very long time, it's departed from best practices in international rail development. I think that if you look at it in this dense environment, this really should be a rail plus property development, which will be, in fact, would recoup a lot of its costs through development and commercial. But in this case, we don't. But the problem is, if you don't have that, it's very hard to justify not doing cut and cover and just telling the local businesses, hey, this is not built up enough to deserve this. Instead, this pursued the Barcelona plan of basically one giant tube underground, but the stations are still much bigger and much less usable. But this cost overrun is a wake-up call, and I look forward to redesign because we need it for the future Link 21.
Thank you, Mark. Our last speaker is Rayanne. You may begin speaking when ready.
Good evening, board. My name is Ryan. I'm expressing my opinions as a private citizen. I just wanted to also reiterate, as many others have said, that I do support the project. I support having a connection between, for BART, between San Jose, Silicon Valley, and the East Bay into San Francisco. I'm concerned that the alternative design being chosen is going to be costly and crowd out funding for transit operations and other projects. And I just want to point out that revisiting the twin board design that has been environmentally cleared may result in less delay for this project, since the dual bore design is engineered to 65%, while the single bore, I believe, is still only at 30% design. So we're neglecting a more developed design that is also cheaper and less complicated and will result in more high-paying local jobs, because twin bores are more common in California than single bores. Thank you.
Okay, that was the last of our public speakers. So I'm going to go ahead and close the public speaker section. And now I'm going to come back to board members if they have comments or questions. I'll wait a second or two. I'm not seeing any hands right now. Member Liccardo.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify. I know we had some discussion at our last capital construction committee. I'm sure I got the name of the committee wrong. That there are elements, design elements with regard to station design, which I know that's the trailing package of bids. That some of those decisions will be surfaced at that committee and presumably before the board at our next opportunity. Is that right?
Takis or staff?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Thanks, Takis. I look forward to that. And I just want to clarify, because I know that there seems to be a lot of misunderstanding about this $9.1 billion number, which appears to be the upper limit of a range that the FTA has estimated or cost. As you said, Takis, there has been no independent cost evaluation by the FTA or the federal government. Is that right?
No, sir.
Okay, so they basically took the VTA's numbers and added a couple escalators, as I understand it. One of those escalators relates to the fact that we had submitted at 15% design, as we had to under the EPD program. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
Okay, and the other escalator just relates to construction cost escalation through this pandemic, which we've all seen is pretty high uniformly. Is that fair to say?
Very fair, yes.
Okay, so I guess that there seems to be a sentiment that somehow or another the federal government looked at particular elements of this design, such as the single bore tunnel, and concluded that VTA's estimates were wrong, but that analysis, in fact, never happened. Is that right?
That's correct, sir. And like I said, I briefed the Citizens Committee last week and a couple of questions along these lines. And I explained to everybody that FTA did not do a cost estimate. FTA took our estimate as a baseline and went through a probabilistic assessment. What if that, some of the points you were saying. And based on that, they calculated time impacts. When you calculate time impact on a project like this, you need to consider the cost of the time. And based on that, they said, okay, the ceiling for this project, the value, if you like it, of this project, based on the risk assessment is 9.1 billion. Now you guys go to the beach, do what you have to do, mitigate, and bring the cost down as low as you want. That's it.
Yeah, so
Thank you.
next month we'll come in and provide a little more detail around what they see, where some of our risks are and how that applied across the project on the costs. I think that's what most people want to know. So Takis and I were talking about that today. Just to be, what I think a lot of people look at the risk assessment. I find those very useful. They identify all the risks. I've been through a number of them with FTA. They identify the risks this early on in the project, somewhat early on. It's good to know. It gives us a chance to mitigate them. And actually with this opportunity giving us, up to 2 years to get some of the bids in and that, we're able to more finally hone that actual cost estimate that we believe it'll be, and then create the funding plan that matches that.
Okay, and the cost we'll know for sure when the bids come back, is that right?
I will never, I think, yeah, it will be a good indication of where we're going to be. And it'll help us refine that cost estimate even more because we have more certainty.
Okay, well, thank you. I think, what's been lost in the news, unfortunately, is the fact that we actually secured a letter of intent from the FTA through the expedited project delivery program. We are the first and only metro in the United States to secure such an agreement. I want to congratulate the team for their hard work in getting to that point. I know it was a very tough competition because I've had conversations with the mayor of Seattle and some of the other metros that were fighting to get into this program. And it was very competitive, and federal government chose us, and that's good news. I guess the challenge, of course, is my understanding is they chose us based on a very specific design with a specific set of stations and alignments. And I just want to understand better, if we were to change suddenly that design and those stations, what does that do to the federal letter of intent?
Mr. Mayor, we are not changing anything. We're just changing the timelines, if you like it.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting you are changing the station design or the project design or the stations or any of that. I'm just asking if suddenly we decided we were doing something very different than what the federal government approved. Does that put us back to square one? Do we have to go back and go talk to the feds about all that?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. So I appreciate all the hard work to get us to this point. I think it's important for folks to recognize the procedural posture of this project. This project has been in the works now for 2 decades. We are now at the point in which there is a letter of intent. Now the issue obviously is ensuring that we have the project in shape and condition where it can move forward, and obviously do it in a way that's most cost effective. So I look forward to working with everybody to make that happen.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. To the member of the public who's raising their hand in the queue, we've already closed the public comment section on this item. Any other comments or questions from my colleagues? I'm not seeing anything. This is an informational item, so we don't need a vote or anything. I just want to make 2 quick comments. One is I think we've had a really good commercial to highlight for people that there's going to be some real meaty stuff in our December meeting. And so if you like this stuff, make sure you come back, next month. The second thing is I want to, reiterate Mayor Liccardo's comment about, I think we should be very happy and very proud of the work that's being done and the actions that are being taken by the federal government that are in support of this project, of what we do. It's part of the process of what we've expected. It's what we wanted to happen, so I think he's absolutely correct to, keep the correct frame of mind on that. This is very good news in the responses that we've gotten from the federal government. I'm going to go ahead and close this item. So we're closing 7.6. That's taken us now to other items. Item 8.1 is the general manager's report. And I would like to remind the public that we're going to take public comment at the conclusion of all of the items that are in the general manager's report. And Carolyn, happy to give you the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We just have a few items tonight. We did have a very successful event in October to welcome the newest transit service route to South County. We had a little bit of discussion on that this evening regarding the Lifeline funding. The Rapid 568, it is between Gilroy and San Jose's Diridon Station. It started service on October 11th, and we had a ribbon cutting on October 14th. And I want to thank alternate board member Blankley, who is the mayor of Gilroy, and board member Constantine, Mayor Morgan Hill for taking part in our ribbon cutting ceremony, and of course, board chair Hendricks, who emceed the program. I also want to thank the board members, Lynette Lee Ying and Carmen Montano, and the chair of VTA's Policy Advisory Committee, Kitty Moore. They joined us from the respective cities of Los Altos, Milpitas, and Cupertino. Your presence there was a great support to the staff and to the riders and of that service. And I'm happy to say that we also had really good media coverage on this new route, which is great for advertising it. And we had 3 television stations and 3 online news sites carry this. Second, I want to talk about is the funding approval for emissions reduction projects. The VTA's Congestion Management Program and Planning Committee this evening previously recommended the board approval of 9 local projects to receive $2.7 million in funding from the Transportation Fund for Clean Air Act. The projects eligible for TFCA focus on alternative fuels, arterial management, bicycle and trip reduction projects that reduce vehicle emissions. And the latest recommendations are for projects in Sunnyvale, Los Gatos, Santa Clara, and San Jose. And the projects range from upgraded and additional bike lanes to funding for the Valley Medical Center Diridon shuttle service. The next thing I want to note is something I went to, which was the BART Silicon Valley Berryessa Extension won the American Public Works Association, the regional chapters project of the year. It was in for the category, transportation category for projects above 25 million. I did join our BART Silicon Valley team at the luncheon that they had where the award was presented on October 20th. They will now submit us at the state level. And at that point, if we get nominated from there, we would move into the national level. So I'm proud of the team for all their efforts on that. Next item is the Parade of Champions that was held in Santa Clara on October 9th. 5 of our VTA bus operators represented VTA and the Sikh community in the Parade of Champions, which this year honored essential workers. So I'd like to thank these operators for the participation and for representing VTA so proudly. There is also a profile article on one of the operators who marched in the parade, Samar Paul Singh, which you can find on VTA's blog at vta.org. And the operators who did participate were Bhupinder Singh, Guraj Singh, Gurik Bal Singh, and Samar Paul Singh. Thank them all for representing us well. And finally, I want to talk a little bit about our new bus operators class. And I was really honored to participate in that program yesterday. We welcomed 27 new bus operators to VTA. After completing their 9-week training program, these operators are now helping to fill the vacant operator spots we have. In keeping with the goal set last year, we have 5 new women operators in this class, and there were 7 in the class just before this one. We had great media coverage with 3 television stations, a couple of the community newspapers, and it's a great way that we got out, a good way to get the word out that we need operators. I know Channel 5 or KPIX did a fantastic job and really noting, I think 3 or 4 times within there, they mentioned how we need an additional 70 more operators and continue to provide that for us. It was great being there that day, the energy, the enthusiasm that was at the graduation and the camaraderie that was shown among them was just really great to see. And I had just the week before gone to a retirement for the operator who had the lowest badge number, who's been here the longest. He retired the Friday previously, just last Friday, badge number 745 was his badge number, Michael. And he actually he started in 1978, which many of the operators there weren't even born on that by that date that he had actually started driving. So it was great to see someone who had who really felt rewarded by driving a bus, and then seeing these next 27 operators come in as well. And so what I am going to do is turn this over a little bit to Jay, who's our service planning manager, to tell us a little bit more about the effort about getting more operators and our transit service update. Jay?
Thank you, Carolyn. A few slides here for our service restoration. I'm going to first start with our rail side. We are at 75% of full service on rail today. We restored our light rail system in late August, so all 3 lines are running. What's different from full service? It's mostly frequencies. It's the weekday frequency that we're running today is 20-minute service. That's normally 15. And then on the weekend, it's 30-minute frequency today, and that's normally 20. And so the 2 phases of restoration on the rail side ahead of us are restoring that 15-minute weekday service restoration. And then following that, we'll do the 20-minute service on the weekends. If everything goes as it looks like with attrition and operator hiring and the rate that we've been doing for a while now, it looks like we'll be able to restore that 15-minute weekday service in the spring. Just a reminder, full service on both rail and bus is in the budget. So the limiting factor is hiring and training adequate operators to ramp up service. So that's the rail side. On the bus side, my next slide, we are closer to full service on bus. We're currently at 91%. So we've restored the weekday daytime network. That's the 15-minute network. All of our routes are operating. We're relatively lucky compared to a lot of our peers. We just have one route that's not, and that's not because of our choice. It's a partner route, and the partners, Juniper Networks and Lockheed Martin, have not opted to start that route up yet until their employees are more back into the office. So what's next, or what's left on the bus side, is evening and weekend service and hours of operation. So this relates directly to our earlier conversation on Route 22 overnight service, and why it hasn't been restored yet is because across the network, there's a lot of evening and weekend trips that we're not yet able to restore them. So the next and final phase is to restore all of those in evening and weekend service hours and frequencies, and we'll do that throughout 2022 as we hire and train and those new operators come online. So the operator hiring and training will continue back to back through 2022 until we get to that full service, and then it just becomes we hire and train in a kind of a maintenance mode to maintain the fully staffed level. So on my next slide here, you can see the operator classes that we started in 2021, the back-to-back classes. There's class 5 that Carolyn talked about that just graduated, 27 operators. Class 6 has already started, so that's great. Right now, we're developing the back-to-back training schedule for 2022. It'll probably look very similar to this. My next slide, I'm going to illustrate some of the factors that impact operator availability. So this is a snapshot of what we're starting with as far as active bus operators October 1st through the 3 months ending December 31st. You can see all the line items here. The first line item is change of classes. This is the number of bus operators that are leaving the bus operator position and becoming something else. This is great. They're advancing in their career. They're opting to do something else. They're promoting. And we love to grow our talent from within. So there's 16 bus operators that are leaving during these 3 months to become something else. Then the next line is the light rail operator training. So like we talked about earlier, we are hiring and training new light rail operators, and those come from bus as well. Let me back up and say a lot of our operations positions throughout the agency all kind of pull from the bus operator pool. And so that's wonderful, but it does open up vacancies when folks do promote to those other positions. The next line item is those 27 graduates and that we just talked about. And then we have retirements and separations, both scheduled and unscheduled. And so you can see here that it's a challenge. This winter actually will be a challenge for us because we're going to end with fewer operators than we started with. It's a good thing though. We're promoting from within, and I don't want to give the impression that this we're working backwards or we're going backwards, because that's not the case for 2 reasons. One, there's a class that's going to graduate just after December 31st that'll come online. So that'll help. And then the winter is always atypical for us. We have a higher than normal rate of attrition due to change of classes and mostly retirements and separations. So those numbers will come down and we'll get ahead of this and grow our operator class into 2022. And then my final slide. Right now, it is a challenging environment to be hiring in. No surprise, most of our peers, or if not all of our peers in the Bay Area, are hiring, and the competition for talent is high. So our human resources department, a couple months ago, proactively started to ramp up their marketing and outreach campaign to attract candidates to a career at VTA. So they've done some things like highlighting the JWI Apprenticeship Coach Operator Program, which is an excellent program, participating in recruitment outreach events with local partners like Mission College and that kind of thing. Our bus operator recruitment is now open continuously, so it's not a time limited. And like Carolyn said, we are targeting underrepresented groups to ramp up on that side. So, using creative strategies that have proven very effective in the past to entice folks to come work for VTA. And that concludes my report.
I do appreciate what Jay has talked about. I think it's important for the board members to understand sort of the, it feels like it's 2 steps forward, 1 step back, but we continue to work across the agency. All of us contribute into being able to continue to try to attract candidates, retain our bus operators and others in our organization, and then still provide them opportunities as well to move forward. So it's something that's balanced, but we're continuing to work hard at that. So I think the next item that I'd like to do is the information item on SB 129, the Joint Labor Management Committee. And I think it's Brandy, is it JP and Steve?
No, you get me tonight.
We just get Brandy this evening.
Everybody has so many things on their plate, so I'm going to take this one for the team. Yeah, thank you for putting up my slides. You heard from all of us last month, but we did give you a joint update on the state funding allocation work plan that we were working on, really to get and obtain feedback to make sure we were on the right track, and then be able to submit our grant application with confidence to the California Workforce Development staff. I'm pleased to say that the application is with them now, and we are awaiting their review. Next slide, please. The second item is a status report on the workplace safety and culture review. As a reminder, this effort is focused on leading an organization-wide culture and climate transformation that improves the experience of being employed by VTA. Our committee was also tasked with producing an RFP scope of work that sets clear goals and expectations for a consultant to come in and describe and identify the challenges and opportunities we have at VTA, predict some of the future risks and pitfalls, and ultimately make recommendations to improve our culture and climate. And that plan is to finalize and issue the RFP this month in November, with an ultimate award recommendation to the VTA board in February. There are, as you can see, a lot of things that need to take place in between there, but this is our roadmap. We have good people, good energy behind it to get it done, so we can begin our much anticipated transformation. Next slide and last slide. I'm pleased to share also that our committee met with our partners at the county, the district attorney's office, Bill Wilson Center, our very own clinical forensic psychologist, Dr. Tammy McCoy, this week to tour the future site of VTA's Resiliency Center. This building is off of Jillian Street near downtown San Jose. It's a county-owned building. It's turnkey operation. The current tenant is moving out in the coming weeks, at which time we'll begin to create the space, which is designed to foster wellness and resilience for those who have been impacted by the May 26 shooting. It will, it's going to serve as a center for individual and group counseling, trauma education, mental health support services, and really just be an overall space for our healing and recovery. Our goal is to have a soft opening in early December. And really just lastly, I want to emphasize that even though we haven't had an actual building for all this work to take place, I want to assure everyone that the worker support and the mental health work has been happening. And the goal has always been to have a centralized place to receive these services and support. And we're just a few short weeks from that. So we're very grateful. Big kudos to the county and our partners in recovery for their fast work and continued support. So that's it from us. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
I know we had this listed as a pause here, but why don't we finish the rest of your report and then we can do the board member questions all at once.
Sure. Okay, and then so the last item next is item 8.1.b. This is the government affairs update. Jim Lawson is going to provide, our Chief External Affairs Officer will provide a brief update on Public Employees Pension Reform Act, PEPRA, and some recent news about that. I'm going to turn that over to you, Jim. Thanks.
Thank you, Carolyn, and good evening. Yeah, I get the good news item at the end of your report. I'm sure all of the board members are familiar with PEPRA, the Public Employees Pension Reform Act, because all of the public employees in your cities are subject to that, as are all of the employees at VTA. It impacts transit employees because not only are they public employees and members of the CalPERS system, we also have our own ATU pension fund for the public employees as well. So as you may recall, as of January the 1st, 2013, two classes of employees were created for pension purposes. Those hired on or after January 1st, 2013 are considered new employees, and those hired previous to that date are considered classic employees. While some provisions impact the classic employees, the majority of the changes impact new employees. One of the major changes is to require new employees to pay up to 50% of the defined pension benefit costs and prohibit the employer from covering any portion of that 50%. Established minimum retirement ages that were different, length of service requirements were changed, and there are several other limitations on the maximum pension benefit payouts. VTA, along with other transit operators in California, opposed the imposition of PEPRA on transit employees. The Urban Mass Transit Act of 1964 requires the U.S. Department of Labor to certify all federal grants to transit operators. And colloquially, Section 16 and Section 13C says that this certification must be given to guarantee that the collective bargaining rights of transit employees are protected. Despite the objections of the transit industry, PEPRA became law and went into effect over 8 years ago. In 2013, the Department of Labor concluded that PEPRA precluded Section 13C certification of grants to two California transit agencies. They were SAC-RT and Monterey Salinas Transit as a test case. The DOL concluded that PEPRA substantially diminished the union's ability to bargain and reduced benefits that were previously granted. The state of California and the transit agencies successfully petitioned for an injunction, which was granted by the U.S. District Court for the Eastern District of California. The court agreed with the state of California and the transit agencies that the DOL decision was not correct. In fact, their language was a little stronger than that. In June of 2019, the Department of Labor reevaluated its position, agreed with the court that PEPRA did not preclude 13C certification. Nevertheless, on October 28th, 2021, the Department of Labor reversed its opinion, that's last Friday, by nullifying the 2019 determination and returning to its original position. On Friday, VTA and other transit operators of California were notified by the FTA that effective immediately, they would not be accepting applications. Both the FTA and the Department of Labor made clear there would be no attempt to recover previously approved grant. The action is prospective only. If the DOL prevails in this situation, it will have a major impact on VTA. Federal grants represent a significant portion of our funding. Loss or delay of this funding can result in impacts to service and increased costs for deferred maintenance. In the event transit employees become exempted from PEPRA, unwinding the new employee pension contributions alone would be incredibly complex and incredibly costly. VTA is joining the state of California, LA Metro, Orange County Transit, BART, and others in requesting a stay from the district court until this matter is adjudicated by the courts. This is a complex and ongoing issue. It can have a major impact on VTA, and we will keep you posted as things progress. Thank you.
I know that's rather complicated, but I think it was something the board needs to hear. And primarily, it is the right now, what has been told by Region 9 has contacted all the transit operators to let them know that they are not processing new grant applications from the transit operators who have had this effect from the DLR's information. I mean, new rolling. And I just want to let you know, there's also a written government affairs update. It's included in the online agenda packet, as well as the ridership and safety and security statistics. And that concludes my report.
Thank you very much. A ton of stuff in your report, which I think is only just a smidgen of all the stuff that got done in the last month and is being worked on. We're going to now take public comments for items 8.1, 8.1A, and 8.1B. Can we let our public speakers in, please?
Yes, Chair. Looks like we have two public speakers, Scott, followed by Roland and Blair. Scott, you may begin speaking when ready.
Thank you. My thoughts continue to go out to those affected by the shooting in May. And although I know there was a roadmap in August for resuming service, it was somewhat vague on the security measures that have been put in place. And the thought occurred to me, I wonder if the light rail facility, maintenance facility, has now required people to walk through a metal detector, and if not, why not? Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Our next speaker is Roland. You may begin speaking when ready.
So I waited until the end for the only slide I didn't see, which is the only agency in the entire Bay Area that doesn't show ridership recovery from pre-pandemic levels. But I did look at the slides and I'm seeing bus and light rail. My question to you is what happened to BART? We spent over $4 billion so far. We'll be north of $5 billion by the time we're done with servicing the debt. My question to Ms. Gornat and Kimberly Horn is what happened to the 22,000 riders a day that you were projecting 10 years ago? The other thing I've been trying to get to no avail is what's the BART fare box recovery? Because right now we're sending $100 million a year to BART in 2008 Measure B, which by the way only generates $50 million a year. So at some point, are we going to have some kind of adult discussion about what's going on here and how we're going to be surviving moving forward? Thank you.
Our final speaker is Blair. You may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. I thank you for tonight's meeting. On the consent calendar, I spoke on, it was issues of OBAG that I meant to be talking about, the bike issues and stuff, and its technology involved. I thank you for the Lifeline issues for talking about that, and I really think this can be a community health and safety project. There's really good equity issues involved with it. So good luck how we can do it. I thought it was really interesting that Committee Person Chavez asked it to return in December, because I think that will be a time we can reevaluate where the COVID condition is within this country. And then we can make better decisions about the future of the 22, returning it to 24 hours at that time. So thank you for that. And a thank you to the mayor for his leadership on the BART issues. I hope I offered good guidelines to the mayor's good leadership ideas. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Okay, we're going to close the public speaker section. I'm going to come back. Do any of my colleagues have any thoughts or comments on our general manager's report? Just waiting a second to see if anybody's having a problem getting their hand up. I'm not seeing anybody, Carolyn, I just want to go back to one thing you said. You talked about an operator that started here at the organization in 1978. And I'm an old fart, and I thought back, what was I doing in 1978? And I was still in high school. So I just, to think of that somebody's been here at the organization that long, I think it says something great about the organization. It certainly says something great about the individual that they went and found a career and something that they wanted to do, that they had that much enjoyment, that they could do it for that long. So I just think that's a great little story. I'm not seeing any comments from my colleagues, so I'm going to go ahead and move on. We're going to go to 8.2, which is the chairperson's report, and we'll take public comments at the end of this. So I have a couple items that I want to discuss, and the first one is, it's now time when we need to consider the board leadership for 2022. Each year we elect our board chair and vice chair for a one-year term. According to board policy, we rotate these positions among the representative groups. And for the 2022 term, the board chair shall be selected from City Group 1, which is the city of San Jose, and the board vice chair shall be selected from any representative from the city groups 2 through 5, which is the North Valley, the West Valley, the South County, and the Northeast. So in addition, those who are interested in serving as a chair must make sure that they are serving on the VTA board in 2022. And for the vice chair, they should be able to serve on the VTA board in 2022 and 2023. Any eligible member who wishes to serve should send a letter of interest to me, and you'll just make my life a little bit easier. Also copy Elaine, because if you don't send it to her, I will, just because she helps keep me straight on everything. And at our December meeting, I will announce those who have shown an interest in serving, and we will also take nominations from the floor as well. And then we will elect the chair and vice chair for 2022, and the newly elected chair and vice chair will take office on January 1, 2022. My next item is 8.2B. It's included in your agenda packet are the board of director meeting dates that are proposed for 2022, and on cue, the control booth has shown them on the board here. Please review the proposed schedule and notify the board office if you see any potential conflicts. We're going to consider these dates at our December 2nd meeting. And just remember, if we can get 95% of the board here on these dates, we also have alternates for everybody's position of what goes on. I want to go ahead and I just want to thank, and I'm changing gears here now. I just want to again thank all the VTA employees that are out there. We talk about, operators and light rail, and there's paratransit, and we've got planners and in finance, just across the board, people in the organization, and they're out, working really hard in the environment that we have here. And I just want to say thank you to the employees, because, you're doing really good work every day, and we really do appreciate it. And I also want to thank Henry Ramirez again. I thought that was a great story of what somebody did just to help a human being that's out there. So that concludes my report. And with that, we're going to take public comments for 8.2, 8.2A, and 8.2B. I see at least one speaker hand up. So could you let the person in?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Roland, you may begin speaking when ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it's about the elections. And I know this is not going to happen, but where I come from, we say, if you don't ask the question, the answer is always no. So I'm also wondering if it would be possible to change the bylaws to actually have the new chair elected after the new board is seated. Because if we don't, we can have a repeat performance of what happened last year, whereby you, Mr. Chair, were elected by the dearly departed, who promptly left the board right after they elected you, and then everybody else ended up with you, Mr. Chair, which they may or may not have been happy with. I mean, that's not for me to decide. But anyway, I thought I'd put that out there for your consideration. Thank you and good night.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Blair. You may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Again, thank you very much for the meeting tonight. I'll be looking forward to December BOD meeting and committee meetings as well. Just to practice how to for it to be more relaxed at public comment time. I get to try to practice my words. Just a thank you. I think I'm trusting what Mayor Liccardo is trying to work towards with the BART issues, and it's nice. I feel he can offer a good direction. I feel you know, my own set of ideas and conservative guidelines can be of help within the next year. And good luck how we can work on the issue. And thanks for the meeting tonight.
Hey, thank you. That's the last of our public speakers. Did any of my board colleagues have any comments or thoughts on my report?
I do. I have
Member
one.
Montano.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. It's getting late. Yeah, I do agree with you. Our staff, they're working really hard, bus drivers especially, they're out there. But I was wondering, I don't, when I'm out there in the community, I don't really see many women bus drivers. And I'm thinking maybe we should do a campaign to try to recruit more women bus drivers. So I'd like to see more women bus drivers. So those are my thoughts. I don't know what other board members think, but I think trying to recruit more aggressive recruiting for women drivers. Those are my thoughts. Thank you.
So I'll just go ahead and I'll speak for staff because I think they already stated it. They're already trying to do additional recruiting for underrepresented groups, not just on the female side. And the one thing I'll say is I was actually encouraged by in the report, I think it was one of Jay's slide where he showed in the last two operator classes, the number of women that were there, because I attended one of the operator graduations would have been back in the June-ish kind of time frame, and there was only one woman in the class. So I was actually encouraged by that there's work being done. But you know, staff and Carolyn, if you want to respond more,
Yeah.
there's already work being done to try and reach out to many of the underrepresented groups.
Yeah, I think definitely for women, we've been trying. That's an area that we're unrepresented. It was interesting. We had a gentleman in the last who was there yesterday, who actually at one point in his life was homeless and using the bus line 22. And he's turned his life around the last 15 years. And he, the other day, got to drive the line 22 as a bus operator. So it's just wonderful to see just sort of working with people, recruiting those who really who really have the desire to be a bus operator or to have a career in transit. It's wonderful. And I think we need to just keep saying the opportunities that are there for people. And there's, you know, we've been working and discussing this with JWI and with ATU about how do we reach out more and what are those opportunities that maybe we haven't quite gelled in being able to actually reach out. It is really hard right now with the job market. And so we're continuing to take a look at our labor, our wages as well. So.
Okay. Any other thoughts or comments on the chair's report? I'm going to go ahead and move on. We're now at 8.3 items of concern or referral to the administration. Does anybody have any comments before we go in? I just want to go ahead and note that Member Chavez has a referral in the online packet and her hand is up, and I don't know if she wants to comment on that.
Yeah, thank you. I do. I just wanted to share with my colleagues that this is a request from MidPenn to ask VTA to consider being a project sponsor for because they're working on a Highway 17 wildlife and regional trail crossing project to build a safe passageway for animals to avoid auto collisions and to close the gap in the planned 550-mile Bay Area Ridge Trail, which is a multi-use regional trail. And MidPenn understands they're not an expert in transportation projects and is really looking for the supportive project management from our crew. They sent a letter to Carolyn Gannat last Friday asking for support. And I think this project aligns with VTA's support for environmental projects and our environmental stewardship goals. And really what I'm asking is just to ask the staff to come back next month and determine whether or not this is a request that is within both our purview and that we have the capacity to manage. and would look forward to that coming back to us next month for feedback. By the way, they're not looking for money, although I recognize that having our staff engaged is a commitment. Thank you for staff's consideration.
Thank you. Next is Member Montano.
Thank you, Glenn. So I want to ask for referral. LA County has created a pilot program for free fares for students. That was back in an article in the LA Times, August 21. So I would like staff to study the benefits and impacts of offering free fares for high school students. I think creating a pilot program would provide a good test to determine the benefits such a program could achieve. And so I would like to Milpitas High School to be the host. We have Milpitas High School has close to 3,500 students, and we have one comprehensive high school. So yeah, I'd like staff to look into that, into doing a study. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And next is Member Liccardo.
Thank you. My apologies. I was commuting through a parking garage when the light rail item came up, and I know there was discussion from staff about an explicit return to the board to discuss the future of the light rail system and fully explore a conversion perhaps to a rubber tire based technology. And I just wanted to inquire and ask for referral that we understand when this might be coming back to the board and when that analysis might be likely to be complete.
Okay. So I'll just say, I think, staff's been, I can see, pen on paper, people are taking notes about all these referrals that are being asked for. So, and Carolyn's shaking her head, yes.
Great.
Okay, Sam, so I think you're done. Any other items of concern or referral to the administration? Thank you very much for those. I'm not seeing anything else. I'm going to move on to 8.4. Anyone have any announcements? I'm not seeing any. So that's going to take us to item 9, which is closed session. We'll be discussing 9.1A through 9.1G. Before we go to closed session, are there any members of the public who would like to address the board on closed session items? I see one hand raised, and this is just comments about closed session, nothing else.
Great. Thank you, Chair. Anne Marie, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hello.
Yes.
Good evening. I would just like to thank the board for, I understand item G, 9G is discussing the retroactive hazard pay. And I would like to thank the board for recognizing and taking it up and discussing the issue at hand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. It looks like we've got other speakers.
Yes, we have 2 more speakers. Rachel, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, my name is Rachel Garcia Fiesel. I am an operator out of ATU 265. Again, also, I'd like to thank the board for bringing up the item on item G for retro hazard pay for my fellow operators. It's like we've explained before, we've been out there since day one. We put our lives on the line. We put our families' lives on the line. And to see that there is an item on the agenda tonight to discuss that, I really appreciate it. And I know my fellow brothers and sisters appreciate it also. And that was it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker will be Blair. You may begin speaking when ready.
Hi. Thank you. Blair Beekman here. I'd like to second the previous comments of the previous 2 speakers. Thank you for their words. And there's been some good practices developed throughout the Bay Area to help address hazard pay issues for local government workers. Good luck to see their examples and to be able to use their examples in what you'll be talking about tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Blair. We have one final speaker. Roland, you may begin speaking when ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would also like to chime in and remind you that the City of San Jose Council approved hazard pay for frontline workers in stores back in February. The county has just approved $70 million for every single county employee, including senior management. And here we are, we still haven't done anything about our frontline workers at the VTA. And I put it to you, there's something seriously wrong here, and it's time we started doing something about it. Thank you, and good night.
Okay, I think that was all of our public speakers. So we're closing that part of the section. So my board members, the closed session team link is in your calendar invite to you that's been sent by the board office. All you have to do is click on that link or call in. Remember, we need to come back here to this session after closed session. So the easiest way to do that is just go ahead and mute your and stop your video on your Zoom session. Go into the Teams link and then you'll be able to operate fine. I'm going to go ahead and just alert everyone that we have an estimated time of 90 minutes for this closed session to go on. So I'm just trying to set expectations for everybody. Hopefully we'll be able to get done faster. Could take longer, but that's what it is. So to my colleagues, mute yourself here in Zoom and we'll see you in Teams land. So we're moving to closed session.
We will mute everybody now.
Recording stopped.
Hello, Elaine. You should start to see us start reappearing from closed session. Let me know when you see enough of us that have arrived.
Will do, Chair. Hang on. Do, Chair. Hang on.
Mhm.
Recording in progress.
May I please ask board members to turn on your video just to confirm that you're back, please? Thank you. Chair, we have 8 right now with their videos on and 9, 10 with those who have no video, so we can go ahead and get started.
Okay, so thank you very much. Hello, everybody. We're at 9.2. We're reconvening back to open session. It didn't take as long as what our estimate was. I'm going to go to 9.3, our closed session report, and Evelyn Tran, our general counsel, is going to provide a report for what happened in closed session.
Thank you, Chair. The board did not take any reportable actions in closed session for 9.1A through 9.1G. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Elaine, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm, Chair, that we do not have any requests to speak from the public.
Okay, so thank you very much. We're going to go ahead and adjourn. I want to thank all the staff, all my colleagues who were here, the members of the public who came to participate in the meeting here. I thought we did a lot of good stuff today. I just thank everybody. We're going to adjourn here at 9:57. Everybody have a great, safe day tomorrow. Thank you all very much.
Thank you all. We will end the meeting for all now.